the stream isn't starting. I hit start! Start, you stupid thing! Oh, alright. Well, now we started. Now that I put on the funny voice, it started.
My name is Alfonso, and I...
Shut up, Alfonso. I was just trying to see if the mic's working. Starting. Alright, we're good. What's up, everybody? I am currently just getting check-in set up, so you can spectate that if you feel like. So what we're doing is we're going to go to standings. Shit, that's not right. It's participants. Participants. Let's shuffle them once. And then go to the bracket. And I know Sipa and Mr. Teufel were doing 4v4 stuff. I don't see Mr. Teufel. He must not have checked in because he was doing 4v4 stuff. Anybody else in the 4v4? I think Segos is. I think Raced is as well. I'm trying to give people who are in the 4v4 a buy round. I'll give Raced a buy round. Because I think Segos is, but I know Raced is, so... I'll give Raced and Sipa buy rounds so they can finish up that 4v4 they're doing with for Mr. not Mr. Teufel. For Lucinia's content. And we should be good to go here. So... Check my pings... Okay, it's not about this tournament, so it's fine. Cool, let's get started. Boom! Best of 3, no gimmicks, land battle tournament. If you care about the army limits, the Carmine Dragon is banned in the fruit rules, which is the rules most tournaments operate by. Thunder Barge is banned in those fruit rules as well, but it's also common sense. And the Tsarina Chariot, most of the bugs about it were fixed, but there is still one where if she's routing and you're chasing her in melee, Tsarina on the Chariot will swing at you while you're chasing her, so she'll like kill the units that are chasing her off the map, which is no other unit in the game swings at stuff while it's routing, so it's still bugged in that aspect, so it is still banned. Then these two things are things I implement just for my own sanity and for the health of my events. You can disagree with them, it's very opinion-based, but I just find it more fun to cast. Empire armies can have a steam tank or the land ship, not both. And Bretonnian armies can have 2 Grail Knights, Guardians, or Hippogriff Knights total. So you could have like 1 Grail Knight and 1 Hippogriff, 2 Grail Guardians, things like that. Otherwise, we're good to go. So let's do this thing. Okay. Cool. So I gotta go find Hanodins. Hanodins. What up, dude? We are matched. Let's host ourselves a lobby here. Am I too late? I thought I had signed up. Yes, fat kid. Yes, we already started. I'm sorry. I've failed you. Okay. Let's get Hanodins in here. What's my map? Dick. I just sent him the link to my YouTube. I thought I sent the code. Okay. First map is the Deadwood. And I am top of the bracket. Deadwood. All global ban dwarf. Sure. Okay. Hanadin's global bans no one. The fuck? Hi, HH. Jay is here. Spartan. I'll read chat more once I do my picks and bans, so Hanadin's can at least start thinking and not getting distracted by chat. Deadwood has some trees, relatively medium small map. Let's do Kislev, because I kind of want to try them out. I used to like Kislev before they were OP, and then it was hard to get into games as them. So Kislev, Ogre Kingdoms, Skaven, ban. All those factions can handle Empire relatively well, so I don't need to ban Empire. I'll ban Bretonnia. Yeah, fuck Bretonnia. I don't think Bretonnia particularly counters anything I brought there. I just think they're annoying and unfun. I don't really want to play them today. Current iteration of Bretonnia is Mega Garbo. I don't know why I put Hanadins over there, but I think enough people that log on will realize that even though I'm on the left side, I am in fact the player. My name is not Hanadins. Okay. Now that I can actually see this, didn't mean to grab that. Anyway, now that I can actually see this, I can move the blocker to be more appropriate. There it is. Hanadins goes Empire, ban Kislev. I'll go Skaven. Skaven can still kind of do okay into Empire. Okay, sorry. Skaven Empire. Cool. Humboy as he picks Kislev. I just like Streltsy. I assume the General's Bodyguard unit from Rome 1? Oh, yeah, that's for sure banned. It's not even from this game, it's so banned. Alrighty. Skaven versus Empire. I will be tryharding. I've played 2 whole games on this patch, so I don't really feel like fucking around yet. I feel like trying hard and getting a feel for the matchups. Okay. Something like that could be in order here. That might be rough. If he does a very certain couple things, this could be rough, but I don't know. It's hard to tell with Empire in their current state, so I guess I just gotta do my best and hope. If you find those boring, why haven't Gotrek and Felix been banned? They were banned for a while. In my new player tournaments. In higher tier tournaments, you just don't see... You just really don't see Gotrek and Felix, because most high-level players are good at dealing with them. Dwarven Hero Hammer, or any form of Hero Hammer, isn't that great at higher levels. And the Hero Hammers you do see are usually cost-wise very low, so it's minimal commitment. Like, Thoric Double Thane. Both of the Thanes cost around 500 gold, so both the Thanes together cost less than Felix does. Felix provides other stuff, sure, got all that, but like, that's why you see it, is because it's such a low commitment on your part and can get high value back, whereas Gotrek, Felix, and then a Lord is such high commitment, your army's usually going to be really small, and then at higher levels of play, people are just better at, like, cycle charging more correctly, bringing better blob punishment spells, winds of magic management so they don't run out of winds of magic and still have, like, spirit leeches or final trans to deal with them. So it's just less of a problem at the higher levels. So we're going with 4 Jezzails in case of land ship, in case of steam tank. I think the steam tank gets missile block versus my Jezzails, but it only gets that in the front, so if it gets back here, I do have some Rat Ogres, but also I can just shoot it in the back with the Jezzails and hope that that's enough. I also do have Flensing Ruin. I don't know. We'll see if that's enough. I'm also trying to counter the land ship. I'm also trying to counter Hellstorm rocket batteries. I'm also trying to counter Empire mass cav charge and using Boris just to abuse my low leadership. So there's a lot going on, and it's hard to actually be ready for literally everything. So we'll see. If it is a steam tank and if it kills my whole build, then rip. Lesson learned. Because you could take a Warp Lightning Cannon, but if he takes a regular cannon, he'll blow up my Warp Lightning Cannon pretty easily. So it's not just like, yeah, just take that and you win no matter what. It's like, Warp Lightning Cannons are risky for their own reasons. 2 globes to help me deal with frontline, but mostly cavalry. I'll try and be matching cavalry with that, because Jezzails can kill mass infantry if I give them the time to do so. I don't know. This will probably just be really tough, is what I'm getting to here. We'll find out. The arch nemesis of Rat Girl, no. No. More like Washed Boy. What? I don't feel I deserved that. Alright, he's got some Hawkland long rifles, which is fine for what I brought. Empire Knights, a Stalwart Frontline, a Manticore Caster, and then some Empire Knights and Pistoliers with Boris up in the sky. Okay, seems fine. As soon as my Jezzails get in range, I don't have to keep moving up. I can just poke at Spearmen while the Hawkland long rifles sit around. I'm gonna move my globes to the side and move my Jezzails up, because my Jezzails are gonna do most of the shooting. There's not a lot of cav over here, but I will keep 1 globe around just in case. But I do outrange the Empire. So I'll continue to move up slightly. I'm going to have 2 Jezzails fire at every Hawkland long rifle. That should allow me to win that duel. And then I'll move my front line up a bit just to get a bit more space. The Hawkland long rifles, some of them are sitting in the trees trying to abuse snipe. That's actually really funny. I like that. Okay, I'll start lowering Boris's HP since I know I'm going to have to kill him outright eventually. Okay. Continue to press up a little bit. Take all my infantry and go up. The Hawkland long rifles in the trees are deciding to be assholes. So for now, I'll just shoot at these guys. Right in front of me. Then I need globes to turn around and deal with Pistoliers. Okay, Jezzails turn on the Hawkland long rifles, except for you. And these Wolf Rats were thinking about running up, but they're not going to bother. I also have these globes that need to run up and go deal some stuff. And then I have Rat Ogres that can run up and deal with some stuff. I'm going to have Wolf Rats go around the side, too, to try and get to his long rifles. Hazel's mad about something. But if my Wolf Rats can get the long rifles, then that's pretty good. I have 1 Rat Ogre and these guys in the back just to make sure the Pistoliers can't run in for free. And I'm going to run these dogs up and see if I can get into those woods and kill that long rifle that's over there. Looks like he's aware that's what I'm trying to do, as those cav are coming for me, so I'm going to back off a little bit. But, yeah, and he had some cav waiting in the trees, apparently, to stop me on that front as well. So I'll have other Rat Ogres come sandwich these guys in. These globes are still trying to get something going, but they're just getting run around by Pistoliers. So it's pretty whatever. I now have Rat Ogres into his back line. Boris is out here doing Boris things, being annoying as Pistoliers kite me around. Got a good pick onto his Empire Knights, and now I'm going to have Rat Ogres run back to deal with that, but the Hawk and Long Rifles sniping from the trees is really fucking annoying. Okay, hopefully dogs can deal with that at this point. Kind of back off and deal with this. Things are looking pretty bad, though. Because the Hawk and Long Rifles are cheaper than my Jezzails and better than my Jezzails, and they get sniped in the woods, which is really fucking bad for me. So things are going poorly. They also have better leadership than my Jezzails. So it turns out that giving a faction just better Jezzails isn't a great idea. And we were all shocked by that. I love how Skaven can now get outshot by Empire. That's very fun and thematic. I love that the only thing my faction was good at doing, they are now worse at doing it than most other factions. Okay, not most other factions, but Empire for sure. Jezzails will try and defend themselves against Pistoliers, but it's not really going to go their way. Okay, do that. But we just haven't gotten enough done. We're gonna lose. You sound so negative about the game. Nah, I just think Empire's really OP right now. Overall, the last patch was actually super great. Just, Skaven are in a bad spot. They're generally a bad faction, and Empire got massive buffs, so they're OP. So this specific matchup is just kind of depressing, I guess. Is this the... In the end, is it tournament or just Vermin League? What are you talking about? This is a tournament, yes. Cleansing Ruin seems so good. It can be, but it's not enough to prop up the rest of the roster being dog shit, and the rest of the Empire roster just being better. All the Hawkland Long Rifles got more value than my Jezzails, and they're cheaper, and they have stock. Well, they have Snipe, which is different, but you can just sit in the trees. So, yeah, it's a sad time to be a Skaven main. Schwarzhofen is the next map. Schwarzhofen. Alright, saving some things that Licinia was sending to me. And then put the blocker back up, give Hanadins his point. Tomb Kings, wait, no, sorry. Tzeentch, Kislev, Grand Cathay, ban Empire. Tzeentch, Kislev, Grand Cathay. Tzeentch, Kislev, Grand Cathay. Ban Empire. Could do greenskins, but they took some nerfs. It's already a tough matchup versus Tzeentch and such. Ogres versus Tzeentch is okay. Ogres versus Kislev might be a bit tough, but whatever. I'll do Ogre Kingdoms ban Grand Cathay. We'll try it. Just permaban almost everything? Oh, that seems like a good solution. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Alright, he's going Kislev. Let's try nerfed Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms. I have not played this matchup in months because Kislev's just been permabanned by everyone when they were ridiculous. When they were Donkey Kong. No, don't need you. I need you. I'm thinking, don't rush me. I'm thinking, don't rush me. The more you rush me, the less I'm gonna want to do it. So think about that. Okay, we can get these guys 5 gold spend. Call it good. Let's do it. Let's fucking go! Only units allowed. Zombies and Skaven slaves. Let's go, dude. They're still ridiculous hubs? Oh, probably. He picked a bunch of really good factions, and I'm not super up to date on the patch. So this game we're about to enter is my 4th game on the patch. I played 2 on the stream last night, just 2 quick battles, and then my 3rd game was versus Hanniden's like 10 seconds ago. So I am learning this all in real time, and I acknowledge that I'll probably lose. That's okay, it's just about learning. And I learned, much to my chagrin, that one of the few matchups Skaven still had that was favored is horrible for them now after the Hawkland Long Rifles came out. So that's exciting. Hence my bitterness about Game 1, where it's like, Hanniden's played great. I'm not trying to say he didn't deserve the win. He deserved the fuck out of the win. He played amazing. His Pistoliers on my backline never got caught in a bad situation. He used the snipe super effectively on his Hawkland Long Rifles. He did great. I'm just bitter that, like, Empire's so much better at Skaven than Skaven at doing Skaven things, where it's like, your chaff is better than mine? Your shooting's better than mine? Everything's better than mine. I cringe, therefore I whinge. Let's do this. How come Doom Wheels have the more power ability? How come Doom Wheels don't have the more power ability like the land ship? I don't know. That's a good question. I think they could get it. I don't know if that would even make them good, though. Their main problem is they just don't do any damage in melee. At all. And they're very expensive, of course. Which you could balance all of multiplayer on cost. You could take a unit that's currently considered dog shit, and if you made it 200 gold, people would take it every single matchup. So the easy way to fix problems is just make things cheaper. If you don't want to fix problems by making things cheaper, then it's going to take a little bit more development work. But, yeah, I mean, again, Doom Wheels. If Doom Wheels were 700 gold, of course you'd take them all the time. That would be amazing. But they're not. They're, what are they, 1,300 or something? I don't even know what the base cost for Doom Wheel is. That's how little I know about that unit. Mega Garbo. So we got a Flock of Doom caster to just deal with Kislev infantry and spam that out. I also have Curse of Honor here to help me win some key engagements if I get in a good position to use it. I didn't really want to take Ogre Kingdom's Troll Guts healing because I don't have anything really worth healing. What am I going to do? Cast a super expensive Troll Guts on 1 Iron Gut? That's kind of whatever. So I'd rather just go with Beast Magic for a little more consistent value. Can still be pretty good. And I do often like to take the Ogre Kingdom's special lore, Lore of the Great Maw, and use the -16 leadership debuff. But against Kislev, it's uniquely bad because they're by our blood passive. They just can't get anything done. So It is what it is. Alright, I'm going to put my guy behind that little house that's in my spawn zone because he has a Drazina and Little Grom to try and snipe me out. Then he has Griffin Legion, a Pikeman front line, and that's about it. I don't know what his Kossovite Dervishes are going to hope to accomplish, but I'm going to largely ignore their presence because they don't have any good units to charge from me. Like, if they charge into my Noblar Trappers, they're just going to get pwned. Okay, I'm going to have my Noblar Trappers go into melee, because I need them much more as chaff to support my Ogre's rush than I need them as little mini archers. I can maybe use them as archers later, but for now I just need them to inundate those halberds so that my Ogres can charge in and not get completely fucked on. I can't outshoot all of these Kossars. And I just need... I built a rush build, so I need to rush, is the reason I'm not trying to use my Noblars as archers. I'll move up my caster in a bit once the front line gets going. Good and Propa. I'm not really in a rush to move him up here. He's not going to accomplish too much. Okay, now he can start. He can start moving now. He won't get here for quite a while still. I feel like my Noblars are just moving at 1 mile an hour, but we're coming in at a bit of an angle, so I can give some of these guys orders, and the other guys need to just wait a hot second. Like, these guys still need to wait. I'm gonna run that guy at a Kossovite Dervish, just so he can't get free rear charges on me. Okay. Flock of Doom, try and get those guys to rout. Curse of Onrir in the middle, try and get people to rout. You're not supporting any melee units, so you can just sit and fire, that's fine. I swear I gave these guys orders to get into melee, but I guess they just didn't do that, and now my guys are rampaging. Can't really dodge that, so I guess I'll just stand and take it. And you guys are fully inundated. There goes the Buyer Blood passives getting popped. They did get nerfed a little bit, but still. Really good ability, especially versus Ogres, who just want to rout you and then get a bunch of army passive. If I can't rout you, I can't get army passive. That's rather annoying. We're also not doing as well in the front line as I would have hoped for having so much of this stuff. His halberds, even though I have proper support everywhere and stuff, his halberds are still just pretty hard out trading me right now. Try and dodge that as best I can, but it's looking pretty rough. You guys can try and swing down here and get something done. His balance of power is held up largely by Little Grom existing with all that HP and doing fine. So that's why I haven't just flat out surrendered yet. It is looking rough, but it's not over just yet. That's a Griffin Legion. They're going to be armored. I can't get too much done there. You guys come back in here. I'll cast Flock of Doom. And then I'll take a fight with this Drazina. I'll try and flank him with my Sabertusk pack so he can't move. It is looking like a 0-2 to the OP factions, ladies and gents. We'll attempt a Lord Snipe, see how it goes, and then just lose anyway, but might as well. We didn't finish off the Drazina at this point. He's just got way too much left, so I won't bother wasting his time. GG's. Yeah, Kislevite frontline still real fucking good. Couldn't get through them. Damn. S tier factions truly S tier for a reason. No shames losing to orcs with ogres. This is not orcs. This is Kislev. I'm just kind of scrolling up through chat, but I don't see a whole lot here. Oof. Those S tier factions are fucking brutal. All right, we gotta find a game to spectate. I wonder if Bahrain and Sipa have started. I'll message him. I need to stop being lazy and just DM him, but I was hoping to just find one of his messages in my server. You in game? Kislev and Warriors did get nerfed a little, but seems they're still quite strong. Hell yeah! Amenaphis being mean to me, but that's fair. That's fair. Okay. I don't know if Gotrek and Romulan Dog are still going, but I'll hop in here in case they are gonna play a game 3, just so I don't miss it. And then I'll message Gotrek and see if he's actually, if it was 2-0 or not. Gotrek. Okay, so Gotrek's up 1-0. I will change the scoreboard, and we are entering this series on game 2. Gotrek, Starbreaker. And then Romulan. Dog. Oof. Yeah, in hindsight, so game 1 was just trying to learn how strong Empire would be against the Skaven, and it turns out quite strong. So that's pretty spooky. The Hawk and Long Rifles way outperformed the Jezzails, which I thought maybe the Jezzails would do fine, because they are more expensive and they have the infantry pierce, so I thought maybe if they got a 1v1 with the Hawk and Long Rifles, it wouldn't be such a big deal. And even though Hanniden's had... Because my point isn't like Well, Hanredens had 2 in the trees, so therefore that's how they beat yours. I didn't ever shoot at the trees ones though, and I still lost. And that's kind of my point. Is like those 2 in the back that all 4 of my Jazales were shooting at. Those 2 in the back, they were still alive at the end of the game. They were still participating to the end of the game. Meanwhile, my guys were getting fucked up by the 2 in the trees and then the 2 out there regular. So we were losing the 4v4 anyway. And it cost me more money to participate in that 4v4. And then Empire did other Empire stuff where his front line is better than mine, which that one, it's Skaven. You're fine with that. Like, no one's asking for Skaven slaves and clan rats to be particularly good on the front line. Then his mobility is better because Skaven don't really have strong mobility tools. And then our lords are pretty evenly matched. Like, Boris isn't a better lord than Ikit Claw. Ikit's pretty darn good. He's just not enough to carry a whole army through a game. So that one's that. Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms. I don't know. I forget the Kislev halberds exist now. Because I was thinking that, like, oh, okay, Iron Guts and Noblars can get through an armored Kossar frontline pretty quickly. Even though they go unbreakable and I can't just break them, I can still flat out kill them. That could be fine. And then I'm heavily armored against his archers, but I forgot he can now take a cheaper halberd frontline. That's not as armored, but I had a ton of armor piercing, so it doesn't matter that he was armored. Unarmored, you know. It's just, it is what it is. And then we got shot to death by halberds and stuff. So that one's just, I picked a bad matchup and lost. Oh yeah, I gotta give Gotrek a point. I was fiddling with the scorecard and forgot to actually assign him a point. All right, Tzeentch and Kislev were the 2 global bans for this best of 3. And this time, Romulan Dog was picking. He picked Ogre Kingdoms, Bretonnia, and Empire, banned Grand Cathay. Gotrek went Vampire Counts, banned Bretonnia. So now we're waiting to see what Romulan Dog wants to do. He has the option of Ogre Kingdoms or Empire versus Vampire Counts. I think you take Empire there, super easy, but maybe I'm not seeing something. That sounds really tough for the Vampire Counts. I wonder what stops the land ship. Because the land ship's almost unkillable in melee if it keeps moving. So you could go land ship, a couple war wagons, bunch of state troops, some huntsmen, and be fine, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what Romulan wants to do. That's an old name. Romulan Dog was, like, done playing this game by the time I joined. Krell Metal with the 10 pound. Haven't been on for a while. I don't want you forgetting how much I love you. Hey, thanks, buddy. Happy to see ya. Cost land shipping for giving and Hawks needing either range debuffs or cost increase for higher risk, Patrick. Yeah, I don't think Hawkland long rifles. I like. This is going to sound weird, but hear the whole thought. I like how Hawkland long rifles currently work. I like how they perform in the game. I think the fact that they can do that at an 850 cost point is insane. I think they should be more like 1,000 or 1,100 gold. But I like what they do, right? Because they're impactful, they're cool, and they have snipe, which is awesome if you put them in the trees like Hanedans did. That's a lot of fun. That's cool. It's different. I like it. It's kind of like, as I was saying earlier in the stream, you can balance anything through cost nerfs, but the other aspect, it isn't a balance perspective, but it's a preference. I like things in the game to feel like they make sense. And my example of that would be like, damn it, Greater Demons, right? You have a Exalted Great Unclean One, can duel pretty much anything in the whole game. And I think that's appropriate. Like, if you look at an Exalted Great Unclean One and it gets attacked by a Vargulf, just looking at those two things, not in the terms of a video game, but it just like, if you're a random spectator and you saw that happening in front of you, you would bet on the giant Nurgle demon to win. And therefore, my balanced philosophy is the Nurgle demon needs to win, and then you should price around that objective. So for the Hawkland long rifles, I don't want super badass snipers of the Empire to do very little damage and be useless, but cheap. I want them to be expensive, implying that there are few of them in the world. Like, these are Nuln's best sharpshooters and some of their best rifles that they have, like, maybe 100 of in the total Empire. But then you need to cost them effectively, so you can't just take 4 in every matchup, you know? So that's what I kind of want. Like, Jezzails are priced super appropriately. They're maybe even a little undercosted in the grand scheme of things. Just because they lost to Hawkland Long Rifles doesn't mean they're a bad unit. Like, in general, Jezzails are fucking amazing. They just got murdered by better Jezzails. But yeah. Romulan Dog did end up going with the Empire. So the Empire versus Vampire counts. I really don't know how the counts are going to deal with this. We'll see what Gotrek has up his sleeve. He could have banned Empire, but he banned Bretonnia instead, so he must have thought of something, but this seems risky. Laughs in Fate of Balance, yeah. With the balance changes. Exalted Great Unclean One gets destroyed by a Demon Slayer, happy to report, JC. And that seems appropriate. It's a fucking Demon Slayer. So, I like things like that. I do wish Skaven would get a little bit of love. And more importantly, I wish... Well, okay. It depends on what way you want to go. And at this point, honestly, the way things are going, I think it'd be easier to buff Skaven than to nerf the things that counter them. Because for months, we have 190 people watching right now. So most of you haven't been around, mathematically. Because usually my viewership's around 70. So for months and months, I've been ranting like, Skaven don't need buffs. Their counters need nerfs. The meta is single entity monsters with a bunch of healing and a bunch of cavalry. Things Skaven are weak to. Just nerf those things and Skaven will be fine. And since that point, like, since I started making that argument, Kislev got buffs in Shadows of Change 1.0 and then kind of 2.0. They got nerfs since then, but Kislev got big buffs. Empire's gotten big buffs. Nurgle's gotten big buffs. Khorne actually got pretty big buffs to drag them out of the gutter and into maybe okay territory. All demonic factions got buffs. Grand Cathay got buffs that took... Kislev and Grand Cathay both used to be Skaven favored. Now they are Kislev and Grand Cathay favored. Empire used to be Skaven favored. Now it's... Empire versus Skaven used to be Skaven favored. Now it's Empire favored. Thinking of what other rosters got changes. Greenskins got some changes that made that roster strong into Skaven in the last 9 months or so. And then they just got recently nerfed, but they'd get some buffs. With Squigs going to 350 gold instead of, what were they? 400 in Warhammer 2? I don't remember. You could get a bunch of cheap immune to psychology, armor-piercing anti-infantry that kind of rolled over Skaven a lot. I digress. The main point is, like, everyone around Skaven got turbo buffed. So at this point, my argument does need to shift from drag everybody else in the game down. Okay, at this point, it's easier to pull Skaven up. But I really don't want to see Skaven become a bullshit-ass faction. That's just not fun. I think they're so close to being balanced where it's like, yeah, my front line sucks ass. My single-entity monsters kind of suck ass, but my range can be pretty good. And our lords are pretty good overall. Skaven have some of the more viable lords than other races. Like, Snikch is okay. He's just weak to, like, single target damage spells like Spirit Leech and Final Transmutation, but if you get him in a melee fight, he actually does fine. Greyseers are good. Icket Claw is really good. Warlord on a Brood Horror is pretty good. Throt sucks. Tretch sucks. Queek sucks. Basic Warlock Master is pretty good. Basic Master Sass is actually alright. So, yeah, their lords don't need buffs. But they need the meta to shift. Because the meta right now is healing, which they don't have access to, and single target spells, which they don't have access to, and they're hyper weak to, so people just take Spirit Leech, and it's like, congratulations, you won. It's rough. It's rough. What I'm trying to say is my favorite faction sucks, and everyone else's favorite factions are overpowered. What's the worst game in the? What's the worst race in the game at the moment? It's close. Slaanesh, Wood Elves, Demons of Chaos are still in that conversation. We'll see if their buffs help them a lot, you know, but I'm not sure. Because their almost whole roster got buffed. But I haven't played them. So I don't know if they actually got up. Like, all my bitching about Skaven, I'm still living in the world of reality. Skaven are better off than Wood Elves are right now. Skaven are still better off than Slaanesh are right now. Khorne is debatable. I need more data on Khorne after all the buffs. Because your entire front line getting buffed is kind of a big fucking deal. But Khorne used to be below Skaven. So, again, it's the same conversation. Do you drag everybody back down to the levels of Wood Elves, Khorne, and Demons of Chaos? Or do you just bring Khorne, Demons of Chaos, and them all up? I don't really care, as long as things get more balanced, but... yeah. Overall, though, I do think the DLC was really positive. I said it in one of my recordings I just made for some videos coming up, but the Nurgle DLC is the best DLC I've ever seen. For, like, focusing in on Nurgle from Thrones of Decay, they managed to make a DLC that brought a faction from being irrelevant and terrible to being fine and strong, but, like, fun. Because I haven't run into any Nurgle units where I'm like, this is bullshit, or I hate it. Like the Land Ship and the Thunder Barge. Nurgle's just fine. Nurgle's fine. The Rush got really strong. And they are strong. I'm not trying to say that they're not, but like, not problematically strong. They still have counters and stuff. I see them losing plenty of games. Empire and Dwarves are a bit Donkey Kong. We'll see what happens with them. I also don't know where Lizards landed after the nerfs. I haven't seen a lot of Lizards yet. My replays, everyone's sending in replays are like Empire versus blank, Dwarves versus blank, Nurgle versus blank. I haven't seen a lot of Lizardmen. I haven't seen a lot of Kislev yet. Which I'm curious. I love Kislev. That is one thing I'm actually excited about, is with other factions getting the OP treatment and Kislev getting some nerfs, I'm like, ooh, I might get to play some Kislev. Because as much of a bitchy hater of fun that I am, I do like Kislev a lot. I was sad they were so overpowered they always got banned, because I was like, man, I want to play some Kislev. They look sick as hell. Streltsy are some of my favorite units in the whole game. Love me some Kislev. Nurgle feels so much better now. Yeah, dude. Khorne seems to be winning a lot of Dom recently. Nice, nice. We love that for Khorne. It's all Dark Elves. Way, it was all Dark Elves last night. Way, I cast a replay for you. It's not out on the channel yet, but it will be. And it's got 2 Plague Claw catapults in it, and they do all right. So that's for you. But we have a game in front of us. No more stalling, no more delays. Gotrek Starbreaker versus Romulan Dog. Game 2 in a best of 3. If you want to see Game 3 between these two, you're hoping the Empire wins. Since I'm over here, let's start with Romulan Dog. We have Elspeth von Draken on her horse, and she does have Spirit Leech and the Purple Sun, as well as Darkstalker, and then there it is, Aspect of the Dread Knight, for a little bit of magic damage in case of ethereal stuff. Causes terror and fear and all that. We do have the Templeoff Luminarch. Luminarch of Hysh ROR with the Net of Amnatok bound to it. A whole bunch of Spearmen and Swordsmen, including Grundrol's Defenders. If they are next to a War Machine or artillery piece, they get physical resistance. And then some Empire Knights and the Silver Bullets. 2 4 Eldritch fights in trees, and 1 Outrider with grenade launchers to clear out zombies. For Gotrek and the Vampire counts, 4 Fellbats positioned in the Vanguard all around the Empire formation. Do have a Vampire of Death up in the sky. That's the hero version. Vampire of Death with just Spirit Leech and then Sword of Antiheroes and her self-heal. And then we have the Vampire von Karstein Lord on the ground with Storm of the Night, that's a bound Tempest to him that doesn't cost Winds of Magic. And then he just has a bunch of melee buffs and a zombie summon. So splitting up the casters, the Empire might have a harder time Lord sniping you if your Lord is just on foot on the ground. 90 armor and a shield. We have some Vargeist, Vargulfs, Direwolves, and Graveguard. Very unique Vampire Counts build. Charmed Shield is up, giving him damage resistance and more missile block chance as the Temple of Luminarch is trying to tee off onto him. That guy, he's going to hit him and do a ton of damage, but normally he doesn't do that good against foot characters. There, I said it. There we go. It's still good poke. No one's arguing it's not good poke, but it's not the instant one-shot deletion you're used to seeing in, like, YouTube videos. So it can be smart to put your guy on foot like that. Temple of Luminarch going to net these guys right in front of the Silver Bullets, but Gotrek is on top of it, throwing in Fellbats just to distract them. Fellbats will do literally 0 damage to these guys, but it's just there to stop the Silver Bullets from deleting the Vargeist as more Fellbats fly in. It looks like they're going to sacrifice their bodies to keep the Temple of Luminarch and the Silver Bullets busy while the rest of the undead advance. The Von Karstein Lord doesn't want to take a bunch of extra damage, neither do the Vargulfs. Vampire of Death just started poking Elspeth a little bit. Elspeth has some healing through her Death's Timekeeper or whatever the hell this thing is. Yay, I got it right. But it's not that much. It's really not that much. And as I learned recently in a replay, casting from Mr. Teufel, she has a teeny tiny HP pool. So even then, her healing is percentage-based, meaning she doesn't actually get that much, like, raw health out of it. She'll get, like, I don't know, 400 HP. Not a big deal. Still a nice heal to have, not like, you know, Tyrion and Heart of Aberlorn level stuff, or if you get her low enough, she just pops right back up. The Fellbats have almost taken the Silver Bullets out of the game. Temple of Luminarch is struggling to get any shots off because those annoying bats are up in its face, stopping it from doing anything, while the Vargeist try and get the actual work done. They will finish off an Empire Knight here, it looks like, but the Royal Altdorf Gryphites are here to put this party to an end. Gotrek is up on damage value, which is never where you want to be when you're fighting the Vampire Counts, because you know they're going to heal 10 million value. And Elspeth is having a bad time. Fighting a vampire is a tricky task, and vampires have deceivingly high stats. 60 melee attack, 60 charge bonus, and she is whooping on Elspeth right now. Death's Timekeeper is currently active, trying to heal her up. She Spirit Leeches the other lady, trying to snipe her down. Gets her down to half HP, but the Vampire of Death does have that Immortal Will that can heal her right back up, and Elspeth is taken out. Who's getting Lord Sniped now? She's gone. There's no way she comes back. That Vampire is going to be after her. The Vargulf actually is also trying to just run her down. The Empire is now lordless. She is dead. Leadership will spike down for the Empire. Can they withstand anyway? Vargeists look like they're too low to really recover. They are going to just fade away. A lot of money was spent on Fellbats, and while they were used to good effect, it's not like Fellbats are going to do any damage. You're just paying money for blockers to occasionally stop your enemy from doing stuff. And Romulan Dog still has a full health, full ammunition Outrider with grenade launchers that can kill, like, literally infinite infantry. Graveguard, zombies, they're not going to stand a chance. So that's got to be Gotrek's next target, is taking out those Outriders, and it looks like he is on it. We have 4 Vargeists remaining. Some Empire Knights are going to try and peel the bats off these Outriders. The Outriders can't break, though. If they break, that could mean the Vampire of Death can just walk her down. Net of Amortok keeps her in place, but the Luminarch's unfortunately too close to really turn around and punish it. The Royal Altdorf Gryphites and all the cav of the Empire will peel off these flyers and keep the Outriders nice and safe. That is Romulan Dog's last chance to stay in this game. Without Elspeth, he needs these grenade launchers to do some serious work. The Temple of Luminarch trying to get this lady while she is still netted. The net lasts for 3 more seconds. 2, 1, but the snipe is out, and look how much more damage it does to a mounted character than the foot character of the Von Karstein Lord. It's pretty darn good stuff. Her leadership is still positive. She has plenty of healing left. If she can get out of its sights, she can try and stall, wait for Immortal Will to come back up and heal her right back to full as the Outriders start getting to work on the undead hordes. They have to be very careful not to just walk into Graveguard. There's not a lot of things on this Vampire Counts roster that can catch them, but if they make a mistake, it's not really going to matter. The Vampire is in a really tricky situation. She needs to stay directly above the Temple of Luminarch or she's going to die. So that is going to tax Gotrek's micro quite a bit. The double Vargulfs are running around. The Temple of Luminarch, if given the space and time, can just delete them over time as well. The Outriders maybe going to get caught by Graveguard. Romulan Dog's on top of it. He moves away and gets a huge shot onto the Von Karstein Lord. Demigryph Knights just trying to keep the Vampire of Death honest, make sure she can't land on the Temple of Luminarch. The Empire still have a bunch of state troops, holding Graveguard in place, holding zombies in place. The Royal Altdorf Gryphites are getting distracted. They're leaving the Temple of Luminarch to its fate. She dives in. I think I saw Immortal Will popped. Yes, and Sword of Antihero, so she has 550 weapon strength. Not a lot of armor piercing, but you don't need a lot of armor piercing to get through the Temple of Luminarch. And the Royal Altar Griffites abandoning it does mean it's going to be GG. Romulan Dog backs out. And that is GG. The Vampire Caster, 2,400 value for her. Vargeist did fine. Fellbats saved a lot of space. Romulan Dog deleted some dogs off screen because I didn't see them. Elspeth got Lord Sniped. Other than that, the Empire was doing okay. They were just a little too far behind. GG. Alright, I gotta look for our next game here. Gonna message Black Knight and see where he's at. He and Zegzi have been fighting for about an hour now, so you'd think they're about done. While I try and find somebody, if you care about the bracket, here we go. Circle Group prevailed over Pigman to go fight Hanadins, who beat me. Bahrain prevailed over Jay and is fighting Sipa. Well, actually, no, sorry. Jay forfeited. I knew that. Resto beat Goose. Gotrek beat Romulan. So I'm seeing if Zegzi and Black Knight are done soon. Maybe we could just spectate whoever won that versus Gotrek. I don't know. Empire players should have auto-resolve. VCs has terrible auto-resolve. Who won? Vampire Counts did. Long time no see. How have you been, Captain Ducky? I've been good, man. I've been good. Busy. Viewership's crazy high for reasons I can't quite discern, but here we are. I know the DLC came out, but I feel like this is more viewership than usually a DLC entails. Alright, I have received something to stream. I have to check on something. But we have a series. It's going to be replays, but whatever. It's fine. So let me get the blocker up. Make the blocker nice and big. So you don't see spoilers. So we're going to be casting Sipa versus Bahrain. They sent me the replays from their series. I actually don't know who won. We'll find out. All right, blocker, get out of there. Game 1. We have the Chaos Dwarfs of Bahrain versus Sipa's Beastmen. The Beastie Boys. For the Chaos Dwarves, we do have a Sorcerer Prophet of Death up on his mount with Doom and Darkness and Spirit Leech. Hobgoblin Cutthroats, Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, the Granite Guard, Blunderbuss ROR, the Blazing Beards, and then Demon's Tongue ROR, Fireglaves, Bull Centaur Renders, Grey Opens, and Jesus Christ, dude. Just take like 5 of each type of units that telling people what's in your army is easier. Meanwhile, on the Beastman side, we have some Centaurs and Throwing Axes who are currently chasing down the Hobgoblin Skirmish Cav. Ungor herds across the front line with some Centaurs of Tzeentch and Minotaurs Great Opens for that armor piercing to take out some big stuff. Pestigores also for armor piercing. Okay, everybody stop! Forbidden Rod to give this guy more power recharge and stuff. Good for him, good for you. We have Traderkin over there as well, and some more Centaurs on the far side. They just started the game and immediately started fighting. That's fucked up. You can't do that, okay? There's a rule. New rule. If you're playing a video game, you hit start, you just sit around. Sit around for 30 seconds. Don't do shit. Don't do anything. Just sit there. It's polite. You fucks. Okay. Let's get back into it. So, the Beastmen have a much better front line than the Chaos Dwarves do in this game. The Chaos Dwarves, however, have their extremely powerful guns and some elite monsters they're going to have to try to leverage the victory. So the Beastmen have a better front line and better flank forces. The Chaos Dwarves are relying on guns and monsters. The Iron Demon has already taken a lot of damage, though, from the Traderkin and the Surround, but the Surround was not one-sided at all. Centaurs of Tzeentch and the Minotaurs just suffering a horrible fate as these blunderbusses light them up. But how much longer can these guys stay online as the Beastmen come streaming in from all directions and all sides? Some Bull Centaur Renders are doing their best to peel, so is this Giant Bull, but can they really keep these guns online as the guns are currently tearing through Pestigores and Centaurs alike? And then the big bull will lend his terror to the area. So good job here from Bahrain so far, keeping things up and at him. But the Demon's Tongue is in dire straits. Centaurs of Tzeentch taking a lot of damage in the melee, but they're getting done what they need to get done, taking out this unbreakable, heavy armor monstrosity of the Chaos Dwarves. And this should be the end of it. It's now completely surrounded in armor-piercing anti-large. It is going to go down and explode. But the Chaos Dwarves are mighty ahead, and I don't think I disagree. Infernal Guard not feeling the best as the Granite Guard tend to shoot them in the back a little bit here and there. Some very Skaven behavior from our friends, the Chaos Dwarves. And now those Beastmen forces that were previously tying up the Iron Demon are trying to streak through the sides and get into the back line of the enemy. Hobgoblin Cutthroats holding well for now. And the Granite Guard just trying to defend themselves as they shred the Minos! Oh, I love it! I love Chaos Dwarf weapon teams when they work. Nice overcast Doom and Darkness on the Beastmen to get them routing. Still, the Chaos Dwarves are struggling, scrapping, and fighting for any space they can get for their guns, but that space has run out as the Ungor Herds and Minotaurs do get to the Granite Guard and are beating them up in melee. We are getting some support from the Infernal Guard Fireglaze, but an overcast Traderkin might end their resistance. Bull Centaur Renders didn't get hit by that Traderkin, so they're feeling pretty good. Overall, there's still a lot of Beastmen to be working through, but more Centaurs and more Minotaurs are pushed off. Not a lot of armor piercing left for the Beastmen. Can they take out the Bull Centaur Renders? Not so sure. Beastmen still have a lot of infantry, but infantry, especially Beastmen infantry, aren't going to win you a game anytime soon. It's just not, it's not what they're going to be strong at. And the Throwing Axe is still trying to get a bit of damage done, but they're nothing when compared to the blunderbusses counter-firing at them right now, so they're going to probably have to back off. Not super sure what the Beastmen are going to be able to do to come back in this game. Blazing Beards are also very strong. There goes another Traderkin. It actually does hit the Sorcerer Prophet of Death, so that was the best Traderkin you possibly could have gotten in the current state of the game. Another Doom and Darkness Overcast, really using that quite a lot in combination with these Bull Centaur Renders to try and get enough damage to get the Pestigores to just rout away. I don't know how much value that really gives you, as you don't have the mobile advantage to chase them down or anything, so they will just rout and come back. But Granite Guard are shut down at last. Big charge in from Centaurs and Throwing Axes, and the Minotaurs will take them out. And the Chaos Dwarves getting a bit thin, but they still have a strong backbone. Never mind! The backbone is broken! Bull Centaur Renders get destroyed while I wasn't looking! Oh my god, what happened to you? They are gone, leaving just the Blazing Beards and the Lord. And while those are threatening, imposing things, you still have a Traitor King caster who probably has like 2 overcasts left in him. I've seen 1 overcast and I've seen 1 undercast, so maybe I missed one, but regardless, still has a Traitor King or 2 to throw this way. You have a lot of Beastmen. Though they're all low, and I guess this guy is casting Doom and Darknesses every 4 or 5 seconds, so you could just try and cycle route them out. It's not like they have a ton of HP. Breath attack, try and poke down the Beastman Lord a little bit, but it unfortunately misses. The Blazing Beards are the stalwart backline that this Sorcerer Prophet needs. While he charges around, does whatever he wants, the Blazing Beards are just providing him a nice place to go home if he ever needs it. In comes another Traitor Kin. Is it overcast? Nope, undercast. Still a little bit of poke damage, but I think he realizes that, Sipa realizes that his Lord might be shut down any second now. And he's just pop a Traitor Kin while he still can. The Blazing Beards are almost dead as Pestigors surround them. Great axes chopping away. The Centaurs are throwing axes, trying to run down the Sorcerer Prophet of Death. Beastmen keeping their Lord alive. If he can rout the Blazing Beards, that might be enough to get GG. Because now the only thing left in the game is the Sorcerer Prophet of Death. And that'll force him to mostly stay on the ground. Mostly. Because as these things rout off, he'll get that leadership debuff if he ever takes off, right? He'll just start slowly getting less and less leadership. It's not like his leadership's doing amazing. He's already down to like 30. So he can't afford to take the leadership debuff of being the only flying unit. Centaur streaming after him, but in comes a Traitor Kin. I thought it might have been a Doom and Darkness overcast. His heal is not quite ready yet. The Chalice of Blood and Darkness is still on cooldown. The Beastmen surround him and push him off. And from the depths of despair, they have switched the game on its head, and now balance of power heavily favors them. But there was a bit there where it was looking like close-ish to army losses. I'm going to fast forward as the Beastmen just fail to block in this big bull, and he surrenders. New rule. Relax. Damn! One of those Sentis after died blunderbusses? Yeah, that was insane. What spells did the Deathcaster bring? Just Doom and Darkness? Doom and Darkness and Spirit Leech. But then they focused heavily on Doom and Darkness. Because, now I actually think focusing on Doom and Darkness was the right thing there. And that sounds weird, but hang on. So we're gonna dive into this real quick. But I don't want to do spoilers. Messaging some people. I put out feelers for... I'm setting up our next game so we don't have as long of a delay. Okay. So blocker's down now that there's no spoilers. Hey! There. So why was he using Doom and Darkness over Spirit Leech, and why was it the correct decision? Because he realized that he needed to... His objective to win the game, and he almost got it done, was to keep this area clear of people. So he just kept using Doom and Darkness to break Beastmen, so he could allocate resources to other places. Because he didn't have the resources to form a full box around these guys. So he just had to make like a pressure box where it's not like you literally have people standing at every angle to defend these guys, but anywhere there were people he needed to be, so he needed to make sure that he kept breaking things. So like you can see here, he's in trouble. He's going to pull this Lord over, and if his Lord hadn't used Doom and Darkness to get rid of this clump over here, his Lord would still be needed over here, and he couldn't come up and defend his key ranged units. So he's coming up while the Bull Centaur Renders realize something's going on over here, and the Bull Centaur Renders are going over here, and they pressure off the Centaurs. So he's using Doom and Darkness to create space for his ranged weapons, rather than using Spirit Leech to get damage on the enemy Lord. Because if he gets to this point, right, okay, you're going to Spirit Leech the enemy Lord like 2 or 3 times. That's good damage on the Beastman Lord. That's not a bad decision. It's good to Lord Snipe him. But you'd lose about 2,000 gold worth of shooting if you don't protect them. So it's kind of what he's going for here, and it's working to large effect. So now this guy has broken this area using his terror. He's getting rid of a lot of the Ogres. These spearmen are proving rather tenacious, but he's still holding them off. And this frontline area hasn't been much of a problem for a while. He did have his tank over here trying to buy space, and then he got caught out and died. And you could say that's a mistake that it wasn't fighting on top of the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. I'm not saying he played perfectly, but I see what he's like trying to do. Just use Doom and Darkness to buy time. So now we have Centaurs and Minos coming in here. He has Hobgoblin Cutthroats trying to get between them in danger, but they're not going to get there in time. Blunderbusses almost defend themselves, though. And now, so here's the other thing, is he's getting sick of this. He needs his Lord somewhere else, so he throws down a big Overcast Doom and Darkness to get rid of these guys, and all of a sudden, you won't need as many high-value resources over here, so you can just bring this bull back over here if you need it, though I'm not sure he wants to land in all these armor-piercing guys anyway, like Minos and stuff, but regardless, you get the point. So that's why he's spamming Doom and Darkness so much, is that his Lord can go intercept other problems and doesn't have to stay in a fight. While we play this on triple fast forward to get back to the end screen, I will give Sipa his point. Sipa was playing the Beastmen. Did get a nice win. Dun, 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 dun. Bop, 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 bop. Ba-da-ba-ba. Alright, now let's look at the values. I'm really curious what those blunderbusses got, because that shit looked epic. About 1,000 on the Fireglaves. 2,900 on the blunderbusses. That's fucking amazing. Nothing else got nearly that much value. I mean, they were fine. I'm not complaining, but the blunderbusses, man, they shredded. For Sipa's Lord got a ton of value. Minotaurs did okay. Centaurs did okay. Centaurs with throwing axes did much better. Wow, 2,100 on a Centaur throwing axes. That's wild. And Pesticores and Ongors did fine. It's a GG there. Back to the blocker as we enter into game 2. Is it the final game? Or are we going to game 3 between these two? Sipa on the Ogre Kingdoms versus Bahrain's Dark Elves. Saving up another replay. Someone sent me money, and I don't think I properly thanked them. Yaroslav Kozoriz. Warpstone for the cheer. Celebrate Viewertide. Yes, yes. Keep up the amazing work, human boy. Hey, thanks, man. That is super nice of you.
Tonight we feast on mead.
Beastmen benefit more from marked ores than the marked armies, yeah. Okay. We have a game in front of us. I can't keep reading chat. There's too many of you to keep up with. How dare you all be so engaged? For the Ogre Kingdoms, we have Noblar front lines, Noblar trappers as well, a bunch of Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, and we have 2 Lead Belchers, some Saber-Tusk packs, Mornfang Cav with great weapons, and then a Slaughtermaster the Great Maw with only Troll Guts. On the other side, for the Dark Elves of Bahrain, we have Cold One Knights, Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, Witch Elves, Dread Spears, Malice Darkblade, and a Firecaster with Burning Head and Flaming Sword of Rune. Oh, there's a Man-Eater Pistol. Hello there, friend. Missed you. And a Blackguard. How did I miss 2 of the coolest units in this game? Mornfang Cav. There's no enemy cavalry on this side, so they're just trying to use their mobility and mass to plow through the Dark Elves and win this flank quickly. So they can start stacking up Ogre Kingdom's passive from chasing down stuff, but also so they can take this advantage and roll it up the front line. Man-Eater's falling back away from Malice and the Blackguard. And Blackguard getting shot down the side by the Lead Belchers, taking a lot of damage already. Ow! Ow! That hurts. Where the Dark Elves are doing much better is on the top side, where their mobility is. Dark Rider Peter Crossbows and their Cold One Knights are beating up on Saber-Tusk packs and Mornfang Cav. They're feeling pretty good about that, but the Ogres are slamming this game so far. It is a very early and very aggressive lead for them. Lead Belchers still trying to tee off on Blackguard. And these guys, like, we're 2 minutes into this game, these guys are almost dead, but even 20 seconds ago, they had literally full HP as the Lead Belchers are firing down the side of them, already gotten 1,000 value. The Dark Elves are mass routing. A big Burning Head comes in from the Firecaster. Don't know why I wanted to call her a Deathcaster, but Firecaster's going to rout off a bunch of Noblars, and that is good, but I think the damage maybe has already been done, as the Mornfang Cav do try and run out here and take care of the Dark Rider Peter Crossbows. Get a little bit of damage, but they do eventually get routed off, though now these guys need to run away because they don't trade well with Trappers. Trappers will just outshoot them. Man-Eaters were still trying to run away from Malice. They even get a tier 3 army ability. Again, 2 minutes into the game, and we already have a tier 3 army ability onto the Man-Eaters. That just kind of shows how this is going. The Blackguard managed to withstand getting shot and charged by Mournfang Cav, but to what end is they're about to die? And the Ogres carry on. Malice has just been stuck fighting Man-Eaters this whole time. I mean, he's getting okay damage on them. This is them after they got a Butcher, so they did receive some healing and stuff, but it's just like the rest of the map's gone so amazing for the Ogres. They even have a Mournfang Cav coming with that is getting a Troll Guts Overcast as we speak, so they're nearing their own heal cap. Balance of Power, almost army losses territory at 3 minutes into the game. That is a brutal charge from the Ogre Kingdoms. There's really not much left that the Dark Elves can do. Their balance of power is held up by having a safe caster that has full HP, and then Malice is at full HP, but everything else has gone to complete shit. I think that is the end of it. Mads with $5, thank you, sir. No message, just $5. So I think we need to watch that again and break everything down. That's just what we do on this channel now, is we watch something, and then I go back and watch it again and point out way too much detail about random shit you don't care about, like Doom and Darkness. Pacing through the values, not too much crazy to see here. Just the Lead Belchers smoked some Dark Elves. Smoked and rolled. GG's, lads. GG's. Alright. So that is a 2-0 to Sipa. I have asked some other players to send me replays that they're still working on, so that casting might go a little bit smoother, but for now, let's see if we can catch something live. I don't know if Sipa and Siri have started yet. Okay, Sipa is in game 1. So let's hop in here. Blocker up, and now I can shrink it again. Okay, so we're hopping into a fresh best of 3 here between Siri and Sipa. Gonna make the boxes a little smaller because these guys' names are so short, it makes the boxes look tiny. What? Why did I get a ping? Oh, must have been some sort of bot. Hummus, what would you say is needed for Dark Elves to become more competitive? I think they're already quite competitive. They are very popular. Dark Elves are everywhere, my friend. Everywhere. How would you balance the Thunder Barge? Flammable, fixed hitbox, less armor, less damage from the shotgun stun. Yeah, JC, that's a pretty good shout out. Reduce its ammo is the biggest one. The fact that like in a domination game, I was playing one with Hitman Hippo in early access to try and make some content and stuff, and he spawned a Thunder Barge and it got like 5,000 value and still had two-thirds of its ammunition left. It was like, yeah, this feels cool. That a Thunder Barge could go through a whole domination game and not even use half its ammo. That's fine. That seems fine. That's cool. Love that. GTC and keep up the good work for lane battles. We're trying, man. If we could just get some goddamn subscribers. Just get some goddamn subscribers. Make the Thunder Barge campaign only. That could be good too. Because I really don't want every campaign thing that's fun to be nerfed for the sake of multiplayer. As much as people in my YouTube comments like to claim that I'm that way, I really don't. Like, the Thunder Barge being super cool and fun and overpowered is really fun for campaign. And in multiplayer, you could either just make it a campaign exclusive, which would be fine, or just make it so expensive that it's not viable to take. Which some people would complain, but again, like, those people are playing multiplayer to complain that it's campaign exclusive, and then therefore they should know how horribly unfun that thing is to deal with in multiplayer. So it's like catch-22. If you're a campaign stan, then you don't care that it's campaign exclusive. And if you're a multiplayer player who's advocating for the Thunder Barge, then you're high. They should give it insane buffs in campaign. Behind like a quest battle. Yeah, that could be a way of dealing with it. Alright, we're into game 1. Dark Elves versus Chaos Dwarves. And I just moved the wrong thing. There we go. Game 1 between Sirith and Sipa. Interesting matchup, yeah. Dark Elves have a lot of good armor-piercing missiles to deal with Chaos Dwarves. But Chaos Dwarves, you know, they're just strong in general. They have better cav than Dark Elves do. Better single entities. For Sipa, he does have Gorda's Backstabber, the Demon's Tongue, ROR, Iron Demon, Sorcerer Prophet of Fire with Cascading Fire Cloak and Burning Head. Then we have the Blazing Beards of Bazrak, 2 Infernal Ironsworn, Bull Centaur Render, 2 Hobgoblin, Wolf Riders Melee, and some Cutthroats and Goblin Laborers. So he's relying on heavy infantry to carry this for him. If Ciri has good armor-piercing kite, which it looks like he does, Those Infernal Ironsworn could be in for a bad time. Sure, they're silver shielded, but, you know, it'll eventually weigh them down. Love to watch Chaos Dwarves, but only play good factions. My man! Sisters of Slaughter and Witch Elves on the other side for the Dark Elves. A couple Bleak Swords in the front line as well. Some Shades, 4 Dark Shards, a Sorceress of Shadows with Melkoths and the Withering, and then Crows of Cain, other Harpies, and Dread Spears. Okay. Shadows Caster, not a Soul Stealer Caster, something a little different. Can the Dark Elves keep their Dark Shards safe?
I have exquisite plans for them.
Okay. I didn't ask you, Dark Shard Man. I have exquisite plans for them. I'm cool and edgy. My hat is pointy, and therefore I am correct. Fuckers. Oh boy. Some Cold Knights as well. You can't buy the Chaos Dwarf DLC, I'd have to take the Slayer Oath. Then take that oath! Get a red mohawk. Do it, coward. You won't. And we're off. Out of the two builds, if these are both piloted by AI, I would much rather be the Dark Elves. I feel like they have exactly what they need to beat what the Chaos Dwarfs brought. But, you know, you can make mistakes and stuff. Because the Dark Elves, the only real risky thing for them is they have one Cold One Knight to try and stop 2 Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, a Bull Centaur Render, and the Demon's Tongue from running over all of their archers. They are going to have to be very careful with that. And already the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders and Gordas are diving the backline to take out some of these Dark Shards. The Shades are not in position to stop this from happening because they were put over on the flanks, and they're firing at Bull Centaur Renders and getting surprisingly little damage out of it if you look in the distance. But 3 Dark Shards are already shut down, and Sipa immediately dives onto the 4th Dark Shard as well. Sorcerer, Prophet of Fire. Killing some fools. Infernal Ironsworn throwing blasting charges at the Sisters of Slaughter, who have now gotten in here. And everything's turning up Chaos Dwarves at the start. We're already at 4,000 damage value for them, at only 1,300 for the Dark Elves. A Cold One Knight is trying to peel for the 2 Shades against Bull Centaur Render, and while that specific small fight is going well, everything else is going horribly. It turns out, well, the Harpies not being with their own ranged units when they had such a severe range advantage. You can't know that before you hit start game, right? But now that we know the Dark Shards so out damaged the Chaos Dwarf's range, the Harpies being in the vanguard to flank the Chaos Dwarfs was useless because there was nothing to flank, and it left the Dark Shards open. If the Harpies were next to the Dark Shards, they could have dove down and bought some time while these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders died. But without it, everything just got steamrolled. The Golden Knights did a great job, but there's only one of them, and they can't be everywhere at once, as we established. Infernal Ironsworn are taking some damage. The Dark Elves still have a lot of frontline left, but I don't know how much it's going to matter. Their frontline isn't the best at killing the Infernal Ironsworn. Even their Witch Elves and Sisters of Slaughter and stuff, they don't have high armor piercing. They can't kill the Infernal Ironsworn easily. Burning Head from Sipa down the Shades is going to kill them off. Half HP off those Shades as he dives in. And the Iron Demon's coming nearby too. Chaos Dwarves running away with it. I don't know what Ciri can do. They won last night's new player tournament, and they fought only against Dark Elves, so it looks like they took up the mantle of Dark Elves, and it is not working out for them. Though I don't know why you would take Dark Elves when you spent the entire last night beating up on them. Seems a bit odd. Shade's trying to peel, trying to kill off some of these big, heavy single entities while Cold One Knights do their best to keep them safe, but that train goes choo-choo, popping more power, giving it infinite masses. It just bullies these poor Velociraptors out of the way to get to the Shades. Doesn't give a single fuck. Rolls through them, it's fine. And the damage value never really caught up. Ciri's still maintaining almost 4,000 deficit throughout the whole game. Infernal Ironsworn for Sipa are still holding. They've taken atrocious damage, but it doesn't matter. As long as they're holding, they're fine. And that is GG to game 1 for Sipa and the Chaos Dwarfs. Dark Shards can't carry a game if they can't shoot. Can't look into the Dark Elf abyss without it looking back. That's nice. That's nice. Oof. Look at that Infernal Ironsworn value. I mean, both of them did good, but look at that one. 1900 on Infernal Ironsworn. God damn. GG's, lads. GG's. So we'll give Sipa his point. Boom. And back his name up a little bit. He's not centered. It's bothering me. Game 2. Can I become a large rodent? Sure. There's like 200 people here right now. Do you guys like games? Do you guys like video games? Do you like playing video games? Mads with the $2. Another donation. Thank you, sir. Dark Elf loss. Smiley face. They've been losing a lot recently, and it does warm my heart. It tickles my belly. Okay. No, you hate video games. No, you hate video games. No, you hate pizza. 213 is insane viewership, yes. I like playing and listening. Okay, so if you care, ladies and gentlemen, while these two do their next pick and bans, join me on an expedition to my Discord. It is linked in every video. It is linked in every live stream. If you hop in there, if you're a new player or not, if you're a new player, go to Give Rat Ogre Roll. Get the Rat Ogre Roll. It gives you access to our new players only chat. Our best of one practice pit, which is just a Discord bot that matches you with someone else. Just think of it like quick battles from the main game. Best of one, a little more chill, right? If you're feeling, oh wait, sorry. And then the new player stuff, if you want to learn any faction in the whole game, we do have coaches who play each of the factions. Just go to this list, pick a faction that you want to learn, like Greenskins, and you can message any of these people to learn how to play them. They would not be on this list if they didn't want to answer your questions. If they get tired of answering questions, they will be removed from the list. It is fine, so don't feel bad about messaging any of them. You can also post replays you have in this channel, and people will review them and give you advice on maybe how your build could have been different or better, how you could have played it a little differently. Like earlier this morning, I reviewed 2 from Siri, who's on screen right now, and Blob Sauce. So, you know, we have people around who check that kind of stuff out. You can also, if you're not feeling like a new player, you can go to find matches in our Vermin League Best of 3 bot. Play tournament-style games with normal picks and bans and stuff. Sweaty, try-hard things. Get on our current standings leaderboard. Get all set up there. We do occasionally have playoffs for these seasons. We're currently in the middle of Season 6. So that's fun and nice. You can also submit replays to me. Where is it? Replays for casting. Me, Dov Plays, any other person that has the Warlock Engineer role. Hey, Battlesy's in there. Can pull from this chat. So it isn't one nice way to get your games maybe cast across the YouTube sphere, though I'm sure Battlesy and Dove Plays have their own Discords that they can probably plug for themselves. And finally, we do have a big world championship coming up right now called the Warpstone Cup. If you haven't seen it, there were 2 announcement videos on my channel in the last month. It starts May 18th. It is going to be a big tournament that takes a couple months to complete. Now, that doesn't mean you're just playing games constantly for a couple months. It goes in stages. So there's the first stage is you need to play 1 best of 3 a week for up to 5 weeks. If you get 3 wins out of those 5 games, you advance to the next stage. If you get 3 losses out of those 5 games, you drop out of the tournament. So it's meant to be more life-friendly. When I say that it's going to take a couple months, people get worried that that's a huge commitment. It's like, it's actually supposed to take, it's trying to take longer to let more people play it and balance their lives rather than have everybody sit down for one Saturday and do like a 10-hour tournament. But I do have a linked video that goes through the stages with details if you need it, or there's just a boss-ass hype trailer that got shockingly low views and hurt my little feelings, but there is a cool little hype trailer that's just kind of like epic music and cool shots. So yeah. Okay, there's all the self-promotion we're gonna do. Siri is ready, Sipa is ready, so maybe we should hop back over and check on those fools. Oh, there's also tournaments, of course. People host tournaments and post them in this Discord. So, yeah. We got games, is what I'm trying to say. Is we got games. You want games? We got them. I just realized the build's up on the screen. That's super my bad. That is super my bad. It was hidden by the Discord, so I didn't realize it. But, yeah, my bad. Sorry, Siri. Am I gonna shill my game? Oh my god, I should. But the players are ready. I'll shill my game after this, after my board game. After this match, we'll do board games. Actually never see Wood Elves in multiplayer. Kind of sad. Yeah, they are really struggling right now. For sure. Imagine living like elves. Oh, we also have a new player tournament every single week. I forgot to mention that. Every single week there is a new player tournament. Specifically for new players. If you are a good player, we will find you. We will ban you. We will hit you with shovels until you are dead. Fake Thrones of Decay bringing in a bunch of new players. Well, tell them to get to this channel and subscribe. I will not stop promoting myself. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to sit here and self-promote. We're not casting games. Just promoting. No, I do need to be better at self-promotion and shit, but whatever. We got you. Game 2 is up. Sipa with the High Elves. Eltharion the Grim, post-buffs. I love post-buff Eltharion. Apotheosis Tempest, and then his Mistwalker's Barrage, the biggest source of his buff. He did get some HP up on his Griffin, which is great. I'm not complaining about that. But the Mistwalker's Barrage buff was the big thing. Now if he lands in Cavalry or Infantry, he can just start poking them down. Every 30 seconds, a big old Barrage comes down. And it's not insane damage, but for 200 gold to strap this onto him, it's always going to pay for itself. It's great. And if he ever gets into a really shitty situation where he fucks up and gets surrounded by heavy cav, one cast of that can get its value back. So it's just always worth it to bring. And it helps give Eltharion a bit of a niche as an infantry clearing lord for the High Elves because they don't have one. Imric is their duelist. Alariel is a better caster. The mages are also battle casters. So this just gives Eltharion a bit of a niche where it's he's a fine duelist and a fine caster, but he's really good at clearing out crowds. Anyway, we also have a Noble, a Frostheart Phoenix, Illyrian Reavers paired up with the Fireborn, a whole front line of White Lions of Krace, and then more Dragon Princes and Illyrian Reavers. For the Tzeentchian forces, we have some Zongors in the Vanguard, Centaurs of Tzeentch, and Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, Pink Horrors and Blue Horrors, and then some Screamers. I don't know what their lord was. It is the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch, up on his disc, currently getting Tempest. But we have a big cav engagement down here as the Shrieking Skyrays and Centaurs pair up with Chaos Knights to shred Smalarian Reavers. But the Fireborn are nice and safe behind their meat shields, I mean light cav. So maybe they will do fine. As the High Elves delete the Chaos Sorcerer of Metal! Oh my god! He just died! Tempest takes him out. The Frostheart Phoenix and Eltharion also 2v1ing him was brutal. And while the Chaos Lord tries to chase them down, they're just ignoring him to get that Metal Caster out of here. He has the Skull of Catan, but he didn't get to use it. He was still charging up Winds of Magic for that final transmutation as he got pushed off the map. So no super powerful spell cast for you, my friends. Illyrian Reaver's almost dead, but the Fireborn and the White Lions of Krace are winning this fight so hard. And Eltharion is just trying to get away from the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch at this point. Doesn't really want to deal with that while the Frostheart Phoenix chases off the caster. But this cav fight is going terribly for Tzeentch. On the top side, the cav fight's going a little bit better, but still, those are just Illyrian Reavers. All the Dragon Princes are healthy. They're chilling. They're vibing. Eltharion might be in over his head, though. He has dove straight into the enemy backline. If he can get a couple of those, like, Mistwalker barrages down here, that could be good, but he gets into his own forces, so now the Mistwalker barrage won't hit that big old clump. But I still think that was worth it for him to get out of there. He was just taking so much damage that, like, even a key Mistwalker barrage isn't worth, like, losing your fucking lord over for him just sitting in the Shrieking Skyrays and stuff. So he's running away from the full health Chaos Lord of Tzeentch, and Tzeentch has managed to even up the balance of power. Now, the damage value, they're down about 2,000, but again, they're really trying to scrap back in it, especially after losing their caster literally at the start of the game. They're doing pretty well for how badly things started. Apotheosis for Eltharion is trying to heal him. So far, he's not on fire. Those blue horrors didn't manage to hit him, and in comes the Mistwalker's barrage. Pretty good damage onto Chaos Knights. And the Screamers are about to Demonic Instability crumble. Centaurs of Tzeentch routing, and just like that, the bounce of power rockets downwards into the favor of the High Elves and away from Tzeentch. So Chaos Knights are routing, Shrieking Skyrays disintegrate. That's going to be probably a 2-0 to Sipa. I really don't see what Tzeentch can pull out of their ass to make this a miracle. Like, they just don't have the killing power left on the field. Their Centaurs are too wounded to really get in there and fuck up the Fireborn. Eltharion is slowly healing back up with Apotheosis spam. Isn't Sunfang the chaff clearing tool? Kinda, but Tyrion isn't the best. As Eltharion Mistwalker barrages his own troops, but it doesn't do friendly fire, so it's fine. Sipa getting maybe a little too hyphy, having Eltharion duel that halberd character, so he's going to back off, rear charge in on the Centaurs to get rid of them, and the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Meanwhile, over here, we haven't talked about this side of the fight for a while, but there wasn't nothing, like, consequential. All the important shit to who wins the game was happening down here. Up here, it's like, ooh, do White Lions of Krace beat some Blue Horrors and Zongors? Let's find out. That'll matter compared to Eltharion living or dying. The Chaos Lord getting fucked up. 3,000 gold worth of mobility for Tzeentch living or dying while fighting the Fireborn. It's just way more important down here, so we didn't really look up there, but, like, surprise, nothing really happened. It was just chaff fighting chaff. GG 2-0. Is Eltharion meta truly a sign of the end times? Hey, maybe you can shush your body. Shush your body. All right, we have... One second. All right, we do have some games to go cast, but there's one more self-promotion thing I have to do, and you have to sit through it. You have to. But let's finish up this first. Chaos Lord of Tzeentch did really, really well. Centaurs of Tzeentch struggled quite a bit more to get through those high elf stats. The Fireborn with their martial prowess or mastery. I forget which one they have, but their martial prowess, they did have enough melee defense. Zongors did okay on the front line. Screamers did all right. Eltharion the Chad, only 1,500 value. His Fireborn and other Dragon Princes did significant work. His White Lions were okay. GG, lads. GG. Okay. Before we get to the next replays, do you guys like Magic the Gathering? Do you like that card game? Costs you a ton of money? Everything about it, all that stuff? Well, if you like Magic the Gathering but not spending a ton of money, I do have a board game that not a lot of people know about because I'm a bad person, but we sell it. It's called Puppet Masters. It's real. There's a video telling you how to play it, but essentially there's 27 playable characters. Each has a different amount of health strings and initiative, special abilities, all that stuff. You pick one of them. You pick up to 2 decks. Out of the 18 in the game, you grab 2, where like you could grab, well, there's undead in the game and angels and stuff, but it's like 2 factions. So you grab like Cthulhu guys, undead guys, maybe some steampunk shit, cyborgs, anything like that. Your opponent grabs 2, all 4 shuffle together to make a central marketplace. There you buy a bunch of minions to serve you, keep you safe, or damage your opponent. You can upgrade them with spells or items you buy throughout the game. Your objective is to knock out the other person and stay alive. Sports 2v2, 1v1, free for all, any of that shit is available on our store. If you're in the United States, I can ship it to you for $40 flat. Like, you put $40 into your computer, it shows up at your house. There shouldn't be any taxes. There shouldn't be extra fees. There shouldn't be shipping. If you're international, it's $75. Does that seem expensive? Yes. But I sent 1 game to the UK. Shipping alone cost me $41.87. It's as low as I can go without literally losing money. I'm sorry. But this shit's tight. And you should go do that, puppetmasterprojects.com. It is on my... It is on the description of every video. You can just go down there and there it is. My board game. So if you like Magic the Gathering but don't want to keep buying packs all the fucking time, it's there. And yeah, it's also it's behind me. It's real. I have it. Oh, camera's over there. Woo woo. Tons of replayability. Tons of it. There, I did the plug. I hate doing plugs. That's where we're at. Let us carry on with the Warhammer, the thing you actually came here for. Okay, so let's start with Gotrek, Starbreaker, and the Black Knight. The replays sent to me so far are from Gotrek's perspective, so I'll put him on the left side. This series is either over in a 2-0 or it is ongoing. I legitimately don't know if they're still playing Game 3 or if this is a 2-0. But I have 2 replays so far from these guys. Gotrek Starbreaker, the player that was on stream a little bit earlier and defeated Empire with his vampire counts. Hold on, I'm adjusting the thingy. Don't you start yet. So Gotrek's back. And on the other side we have Black Knight, High Elf Enthusiast, and General Chad. I must have accidentally clicked and dragged my scoreboard at one point, but it has been off kilter all stream, and it's driving me insane. How can a game be real if Human Boy's not real? I don't know, man. Post link in chat, please. People don't look at the description. Fine. There you go. Will you ever live stream Puppet Masters gameplay? We have in the past. We could again if the people have interest in it. How do you put it on computer? I shouldn't say this because it's bad, but I do have a free mod for it on Tabletop Simulator. Now, free is bad because it doesn't make me any money and doesn't get any board games out of my storage unit, but you can try it on there. But let's focus up. Let's focus up on the game. For the Dwarves with Gotrek Starbreaker, we do have Dwarf Warriors, Miners of Blasting Charges, a whole bunch of Rangers, double cannons, some Thunderers Grudge Rakers, Iron Breakers, and a Demon Slayer. Oh, I think the Demon Slayer sucks, but let's see. The other side for the Empire, we have a basic Hellstorm rocket battery, not the Sunmaker. We have one Hawkland long rifle, then a bunch of swordsmen, crossbowmen, some great swords, Knights of the Black Rose, Karl Franz, and a Jade Wizard. These are some weird builds. Hawkland long rifle spam, while it is boring, is also very, very good into dwarfs. So, surprised to only see one. Blasting charges delete the first of many swordsmen to come as the Demon Slayer goes absolutely nuts in their ranks. We'll probably get them to rout any second now. Speaking of which, they are gone. Franz and the Knights of the Black Rose are in the back line, and the Knights of the Black Rose do have an underappreciated bonus versus infantry of 8. Wow, 8. But it's still good. But up come the Thunder's Grudgerakers. I was supremely unimpressed with these guys in early access. Let's see if they're any better here as they line up behind their own cannons and start firing and miss a lot over the hills and through the woods and through the cannons to Grandmother's house we go. They don't do much, and they do let a hapless cannon die for free because they're too incompetent to stop some Empire guys. Ironbreakers are still shuffling forwards, trying to offer a bit of support. Ooh. But the Demon Slayer got a big pick onto a Jade Wizard. Black Knight's going to need to move this guy away from here. As normally foot characters are rather tanky, but not against other foot characters. Other foot characters are one of the few things in this game that can actually delete foot characters. Demon Slayer has bodied the Jade Wizard and is starting to push him away. Now this guy's routing. It's not like he can dodge even if he wanted to. And the Demon Slayer's getting the best of both worlds. He keeps knocking over the Jade Wizard so he can keep up with him, but he also is always hitting. I'm starting to suspect that we will not have a Jade Wizard for most of this game. Now, Karl Franz and the boys are trying to disrupt the back line of the Dwarves and get a little bit back for the Empire. Ironbreakers thought about using their blasted charges, but decided against it. And the Grudgerakers are trying to light up the Knights of the Black Rose. They just don't do as much damage as their Chaos Dwarf brethren do. And they instead get shut down. Hawkland Long Rifles, the one ROR that we have, is firing in the back, trying to peel for the Hellstorm Rocket Battery. The Jade Wizard has officially shattered, so the Empire... He's not dead, but he might as well be dead. He's not going to do anything for us this game. I don't know if Franz is enough to carry this whole game, you guys. The Grudgerakers, while not doing much damage, also didn't take much damage in that little soiree. Nice Black Rose go back to peel some cannons off that were shooting them in the back, while Franz instead deals with the Thunderers, Grudgerakers. And Quarrelers and Rangers still poking away at Franz, knowing now that he doesn't have a Life Wizard to just bail him out if he ever gets into trouble. He is taking that poke rather poorly. Knights of the Black Rose, over time, getting whittled down as the Thunderers keep firing right into their back. With guard mode on, they just ignore Franz and light up the Knights of Black Rose. The Empire still has some great swords. They still have some crossmen with a decent amount of HP. I just don't think that those are going to matter. Ironbreakers have intentionally kept their blasting charges close to the chest, so they have those in the late game to deal with the great swords. Franz is about dead. Your Knights of the Black Rose aren't doing so good. I think there was 3 total. One over there is nearly dead. This one's nearly dead. Maybe there was only 2. Or the third one's already off the map dead. And of course, we still have a Demon Slayer who's nearly full HP. The Hergig Jaeger Corps chilling out. As we did mention before, the Great Swords did just lose half their HP to one volley from the Ironbreakers. The Ironbreakers are lining up a second one to get good, big damage out. And that's going to be GG. Rest in peace, Empire. You will not be missed. You bastards. Alright, that point's GG. I am fast forwarding, but there's literally nothing the Empire can do. There it is. Who is playing? To chat muted? Oh, Gotrek and Black Knight. So for Gotrek, his Demon Slayer, I mean, he killed the caster, but mostly I think he just wanted a cheap anti-large lord with some buffs. The Grudgerakers did really well. Cannons also did quite well for themselves. Rangers provided constant poke, and Dwarf Warriors just bought the time that was needed for the backline to do its work. overall. Solid build, did nicely. For Black Knight, his knights struggled quite a bit. Hawkland Long Rifles also got pushed back since there was only one of them. Crossmen are unfortunately still pointless, as is the regular Hellstorm Rocket Battery. The ROR Sunmaker is amazing, but the basic Hellstorm Rocket Battery just sucks ass. That's GG. I don't want to check my messages just yet, because I don't want to know if there is a Game 3. I don't currently know that, and I don't intend to know that. So that's a point for Gotrek. I'm going to start booting up the second game. I put the blocker up because there's other best of threes I'm going to cast here from replays, and their results are there. Game 2 is Warriors of Chaos, our first Warriors of Chaos of the day. Warriors of Chaos versus High Elves. This is Black Knight's favorite. He loves High Elves. Okay. Game 2. The Rat Man. I haven't seen Ironbreakers in forever. Get used to it. Gotrek likes him. So, for Gotrek, we have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal with Tormentor's Sword and the Dark Fire of Chaos Breath Attack. But no spells? What? Then he has a Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch of Metal with Final Transmutation and Skull of Catan. Oh, okay, so we wanted the Skull of Catan combo. And I swore I saw another caster. Yes, there's a Chaos Sorcerer of Death in the distance with just a Forbidden Rod, no spells, on horseback. Bro cooking. I don't know if it's good cooking, but he's cooking. A bunch of Chaos Warhounds to try and run down some archers and stuff. We have 2 Rot Knights, one of which is the Rotting Riders, and then a front line of just Marauders. For the High Elves of Black Knight, we have Imric up on his dragon with Lord of Dragons, and then the Breath Attack. That's it. No Star Lance, no Dragon Horn. A bunch of archers, some Spearmen, Dragon Princes, and Silver Helms, a Mage of Life on foot, and a front line of Spearmen. Though that front line of Spearmen has a couple holes in it, and Gotrek finds it very quickly, sending his dogs straight through onto the archers, but they will get countercharged by Cavalry and Imric. The rotted, festering corpse of the Chaos Dragon is here, but I would be shocked if we didn't get a Skull of Catan overcasted Final Transmutation right here. On to Dragon Princes and Imric. That seems like the perfect target, but it's over here. The Final Transmutation gets overcasted, and now it has the Skull of Catan buff. And look at how much damage it's doing to the Mage of Life. That's why he targeted over here. He wanted to kill her outright, as the Skull of Catan Final Transmutation is gonna fucking kill her. Oh, it doesn't kill her, but does it shatter her? Negative 53 leadership, not 55. That's what you need to shatter her. Then it goes to negative 55. Holy shit, is she gonna shatter? No, she might rally on the edges, but a really good Skull of Catan Final Transmutation. It's been tried several times. She shatters! No healing for Imric. Anyway, it's been tried several times, but I've never seen the combo actually get executed correctly. There it was executed correctly, and it did so much fucking damage to that Mage of Life. She is gone, gone, gone. As Silver Helms peel off dogs and deal with Rot Knights a bit, Imric is also stuck in all these guys, but I wonder if the Dragon Prince's Silver Helms collapse in could be a big problem for these guys. We'll see how he can do. The Chaos frontline is horrendously bad, with like just 5 basic Marauders. There was a lot of money spent on this triple Sorcerer tech to get a quick Final Transmutation, and we're going to see if it pays off, but it could really hurt him in the long grind. Sure, you took out the enemy caster, but you're paying for 3 of your own. Chaos Sorcerer of Death with no spells is slowly creeping closer to the frontline fight, but a beautiful breath attack from Imric onto the Rotting Riders and the other Rot Knights. These guys are getting close to routing. And if the Rot Knights rout, that's a lot of RO sounds. Anyway, if the Rot Knights rout, they will lose their damage resistance. So we'll see how long they can hold. Archers are still rallying, firing into these guys. The Rot Knights are taking a bunch of damage. Now this guy will have multiple Final Transmutations. That one Supercast one doesn't actually cost him more Winds of Magic. But I don't know if it's going to be enough, as the Spearmen are holding super effectively against the Marauders. The Chaos Cavalry and Dogs have been mostly cleaned up too, so sure you can Final Transmutation Imric, but as long as Black Knight keeps his Silver Helms separate from his Dragon Princes, separate from Imric, you should be able to draw this game out into just single entities fighting on top of spears while getting shot by archers, and you should be able to win regardless. It was a very cool tech piece. It was a very hype moment. I'm worried he went too deep in on it. I wonder if Imric's going to get up above and just use a breath attack right now. There comes a final transmutation. The Silverhelms quickly peel away, and Imric makes sure to take it away from his forces. He just doesn't want to drag it closer. Doesn't want to get 2-for-1 damage value on that thing. The Chaos Lord of Metal is getting poked down to 3,000 HP. Imric's at 4,000 still, even while the final transmutation is still going. Chaos falls further behind. Silverhelm's diving in onto the Sorcerer of Metal, while the other Chaos Lord of Metal continues to get slowly poked by archers, and Imric is after his ass. Sorcerer is actually technically faster by 15 speed because of his evasion. But if Imric gets a rear charge on him here as he tries to dive down onto some archers... No, he's just juking. Oh, okay. I was like, damn, dude, if you land, Imric's going to get a free rear charge on you. Sorcerer of Death is slowly killing himself with the Forbidden Rod, and he's debuffed by Lord of Dragons, reducing his melee defense to 16 as he's surrounded by spears and Silverhelms. Marauders are all routing, army losses hits, and Chaos couldn't quite carry it through. $1,300 value off of 2 final transmutation casts. Dogs did not get a lot of value. Rot Knights also didn't get a ton of value, and Marauders got smoked. For Black Knight, his Silverhelms did good work. His archers did pretty darn well. And then his Spearman frontline held for Assyrian. Well done. Well done, lads. And that means they are 1-1. So we're currently waiting on the 3rd replay. I put in the blocker up because I don't want to spoil other series for you. Because if I'm like, in our next series, it's Hanadins versus Sir Groot, and you see that it's like 2 replays long, then you know whoever wins the first game wins. Okay, so Black Knight and Gotrek are still playing. I just got game 3 now. All right, let's go. Cool. Game 3. Who takes it home? Oh, both of them sent me the replay, but I saved the first one that came. So we're changing perspectives to Black Knight. I'm not going to switch the names around for just that. Fuck you. They both sent it to me. Black Knight on the Dark Elves. The winless Dark Elves! Dark Elves can't win! Not through the new player tournament, not through this one. Versus Gotrek's Nurgle. Pestigor's Chaos Lord of Nurgle. Let's fucking go. Really nice to see that there are now more people watching. Yeah. Final game between these two Chads. We have Cold Blood Knights, Dark Riders, 4 Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, a Feral Manticore, a Sorceress of Dark, and then the new and improved Siren of Red Ruin. With the projectile changes, she also got it, where now her shots don't all target the same unit. They'll spread out and do more damage. So, that's going well. For Nurgle, we saw it on the load screen, but there are the Rotting Riders and other Rot Knights, a bunch of Pestigors and Nurglings. Then we do have the Chaos Lord of Nurgle and the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle with Miasma of Pestilence and Stream of Corruption. Let's fucking get it. For the Dark Elves, they have a lot of skirmish cavalry and a lot of regular cavalry, but that means their front line is going to be woefully unprepared for the tide coming at them. Pestigors and Nurglings with some support from the Nurgle caster should get through these guys rather quickly, and Black Knight's already committed some Dark Riders to try and help hold that front line. Rot Knights dive into the back, just trying to get to some high-value targets before they get taken out. They are horribly outnumbered. We'll see what Nurgle can do to try and support them in any fashion, but it looks like for now they're just abandoning that Rot Knight to its fate, while trying to win this flank, getting some rear charges in with the Rotting Riders and routing these guys off so that the Nurglings and Pestigors supporting them can move up and put the skirmish cav of Black Knight under pressure. Manticore and the Caster Lord trying to take out these Rot Knights. They do tear out away. If we can get a Dark Rider to just chase them off while Cold Blood Knights get dedicated to something else, that would be pretty good. But I feel like the Dark Elves are in a decent spot. Balance of Power is going against them as Nurgle's crushing the front line, and the game values that a lot more. But if I'm looking at it, it's like Black Knight has taken out one of the few things that can actually deal with his skirmish cav. If he can take out the other one, the Rotting Riders, then he can kind of just draw this game out and win if he needs to. Father of Blades plus Miasma of Pestilence taking us down to 2 melee attack on the Dark Elf Lord. She probably needs to back off, but does use a Soul Stealer on all 3 of these very important targets. And look at the Rotting Riders just get massacred in melee. Cold One Knights streaming in to deal with them, while the big dragon fights, while the Medusa fights, and there's armor-piercing skirmish fire over the top. That definitely explains how they took so much damage. And the Medusa is holding for now. Pestigors and Nurglings beating up on the Dread Spears, to very few people's surprise, as they were outnumbered like 2 to 1. If the Dread Spears won that, I would have significant issues with game balance. Cold Knights are trying to opt out of this fight, and so is the Spring Sorceress of Dark, though she seems to be having more issues than they are getting out of here. The Sign of Red Ruin is back in. Does she use either of her whales? She's used one of them, but another one would be nice right about now. Skirmish Cab still trying to fire in on this key blob fight, but there are Nurglings nearby kind of threatening them. So they don't want to stay too long. It's a balance between getting your damage out onto a very important fight for how this game's going to turn out, but also not just inting and getting fucking murdered by Nurglings. The Serene Sorceress of Dark needs help, though. She's not getting out of here. I don't know if it's a bait or if she just can't move, but she's taking way too much damage for this to be effective and starts to try and path out now. She should have another Soul Stealer off cooldown, and I'm going to say about 5 seconds. But she might route before then. If she routes, she can't use it. 2, 1. How close was my prediction? No Soul Stealer yet. I know if she has it, she'd be using it, because Black Knight is very used to using Dragon Lords. There it is. I was 10 seconds off. That's not bad. I was 10 seconds off. All right. Soul Stealer out, hits all of the Nurgle units in this big old pile. That's huge. And then Black Knight's even lining up a breath attack onto the blob. No, he was mostly aiming at the caster. They did get a little extra value onto the Rotting Riders. Nurgle's having a tough go of this one. Balance of power is even-ish, but in the actual state of the game, I would way rather be the Dark Elves. Black Knight Skirmish Cavalry is mostly still safe, is mostly still healthy on ammunition as well. One got caught by Pestigors, a little bit of a whoopsie, but I guess that can happen. Whale of Malice is out from the Siren of Red Ruin, doing a good bit of damage against the Rot Riders. Routes off the Pestigors and the Rotting Riders, gets a Nurgling to Demonic Instability Crumble, and all of a sudden the balance of power is creeping up a little bit into thinking, hey, human boy, you might be right about them Dark Elves being ahead on this one. Just maybe, just possibly, as the Siren of Red Ruin is taking the fight to the Nurgle Hero Corps. Dark Elf Dragon Lady thinking about landing on him just as Bleak Swords also come in. Dread Spears, sorry, my bad. The Nurgle Caster is routing. The Chaos Lord is taking big damage. I think that's probably GG. I don't think a full health Pestigor is really going to turn around how this goes. Black Knight needs to get that dragon back in the air and chase off the Sorcerer of Nurgle. Going after the Melee Lord of Nurgle is not going to be worth your time compared to making sure that caster doesn't come back. The caster is here. I guess he doesn't have Fleshy Abundance, so it's not like he can just instantly get his HP back to full, but still, chasing around this heavy Melee Lord through the enemy infantry probably isn't worth your time. Elsewhere, Dark Rider, Repeater Crossbow, still kiting around, poking at Pestigors and just being a general nuisance. As this is what we were talking about. So Black Knight super quickly took out the Rotting Riders and the other Rot Knights of Gotrek. And once the mobility was eliminated, he could just now ignore infantry for the most part. He's just walking around them, trying to get towards targets he actually cares about. Sign of Red Ruin is taking the fight here as a breath attack support comes in. Dragon's going to land, and with that charge bonus, should be able to get a hit on the Sorcerer here now. Looks like she was actually going for the Chaos Lord. Not sure which she was trying to hit, but whatever. Didn't exactly go her way as some Repeater Crossbow Cav. Run face first into the Rotting Riders. I'm not sure if Black Knight saw them coming. I don't think he saw that they had rallied and ended up walking straight into them. Has almost killed off the Nurgle Hero Corps, and the Dark Elves are falling behind in the balance of power yet again. I guess Black Knight did overcommit with his Dragon Lord a little bit. Needs to get back into the sky, but once again, we know that there's another Soul Stealer, as he's been using Soul Stealers mostly to heal, and if you do that, you can get to just about heal cap. So I'm guessing he has 2 Soul Stealers left in this game. This might be the last one, but I think he has 2. Either way, it's a beautiful Soul Stealer. Hits all 3 targets of importance, immediately terror routes and naturally routes off the Nurgle Sorcerer, is going to route off the Rotting Riders, and the Manticore might just snipe out the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, and all of a sudden this game is wrapped up, as even the balance of power can no longer pretend that Nurgle has a chance. Chaos Sorcerer down to 1,000 HP. And the Dark Elf Sorceress does for sure have 1 more Soul Stealer left in her, looking at her HP bar. Lord of Nurgle terror routes. His Pestigors will also terror out momentarily. And now they get kited. Oh, that was a volley. There's a Dark Elf win. There you go. Dark Elves, worst elves confirmed? No! No! No, no, no! You don't get to say that. They won. They're the best. I know you typed that before they won, but I'm going to pretend you typed it right now. Black Knight, 3,200 value on his Dragon Lord. Siren of Red Ruin, 2,900 is fucking insane. And then the Dark Rider, Peter Crossbows did alright. Golden Knights did alright. Bleak Swords, Dread Spears got rolled. They just got rolled. For Gotrek, neat build. One of his Rot Knights just kind of YOLOing in and dying was a bit of a whoopsie. The rest of the game is played pretty well, but from there it's just at too much of a deficit. So GG. Let's figure out what our next series is while you guys stare at the blocker. Great game, lads. Great game. Remember to subscribe if you feel like it, or if you don't feel like it, then you can go to heck. Checking in on the current state of the tournament. So we will be casting both semifinals, for sure. I'll probably do replays just to avoid lag and avoid wait times as people do builds. So on one side, we do have Sipa versus Sir Groot. On the other side, we have Black Knight and Blank Space. If you can't visualize that, then here you go. Some of the series that might have been sent to me did not end up materializing. Maybe we'll go cast those live. I don't know. I'll message Sipa. If he's not literally in-game, I'll hop over and cast him. I have some just games that I could spectate that people sent me that are cool, but I want to see if there's a semifinal game going on right now. We should spectate that. Ask Groot. I just meant if you're still in the fucking lobby. All right, we will be catching one of the semifinals live. I'm just trying to find the lobby and hop in there, but we'll be in soon, so I can reduce the blocker down to normal size. I love how he's in a Pigman 202, the best lobby, even though Pigman's not here. Alright, blocker's appropriately sized. So this is live. We are catching one of the semifinals live. I didn't have enough replays to fully stall for time, and I didn't want to, like, do hybrid. You know, some live, some not. So let's just catch this one live. Alrighty. So we have a Sipa versus ODM Sir Groot. ODM Sir Groot defeated ODM Hanadins, and as you all saw at the start of the stream, Hanadins slapped my bottom pretty hard. So that's impressive. Good job, Sir Groot. Honestly, between those two, I would have bet on Hanadins. No offense to Sir Groot, Hanadin's just a really fucking good player. So well done. Good win, lads. Good win. Game 1 is Lizardmen High Elves. Players have confirmed that's their picks and bans. I'm going to grab a beverage. Be right back. Soul Stealer's still tremendously powerful. You know what? No, I'm not grabbing a beverage yet. You guys are going to help me grab a beverage. We call that fan engagement. Guys, what am I going grabbing? Am I grabbing a glass of wine or a Diet Coke? Holy shit. Wine's off to a huge lead. It's popping off. Heineken. I don't have Heineken. I have a half bottle of wine, and I have vodka with nothing to mix it with. Alcoholic chat. Looks like we're enabling you. It's true. What day is it? Sunday? Yeah. Does Soul Stealer work on redheads? Yes. Okay, KV. Yes, because in universe, you can cast Soul Stealer on the ground, and it still procs and gives you the heal. So yes, if the ground counts for Soul Stealer, then redheads do. I refuse your joke, and instead give you nerd stats you don't care about. Put vodka in the wine. There we go. All right, wine's winning pretty convincingly. I'm going to go grab that before Sippa's ready. Beer beat. Hup! Did they start? Did I miss it? I missed shit. Oh, fuck. What up? Hazel, come here. Come here. The stream needs you.
Who's the doggy? Who is the doggy?
Oh. This is a dog and we love her a lot. Yes, we do. Boop, boop. Yes, we do. Boop, boop. This is my pup. She's good. She's really good. Yeah. Are you a good lady? Do people like you? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Hazel is very used to this. She gets pulled up a lot to snuggle. Yeah.
You're a good snuggler. You're a good snuggler.
Oh. Good yawn. Thanks for being a pup. Go on, silly. Oh. She's looking at me like, why'd you stop? That's not nice. Shouldn't stop petting dogs. Let's get this out of here. On to the next game. Spoiled grape juice. Hazel's doing the commentary for the next game. Hell yeah. The series begins. How was Grace? Grace is good. She was just at a bridal shower, so she was talking to me about some stuff quick about scheduling, but then she realized I was streaming and cut it short. This is a semifinal, right? We're up to our top 4. On the top side, Raced and Segos are still battling to see who will fight Black Knight. So Black Knight is in the semifinals. And down here we have Sipa versus Sir Groot. This is top 4 for the tournament. Let us see what they're up to. Spearmen, front line for the High Elves of Sipa. Eltharion the Grim on horseback, but with his Mistwalker Barrage, Grim Discipline will give him some pretty high stats. And then Apotheosis and Tempest. Sisters of Averlorn paired with the Towns of Tor Kaleda that give fire weakness will be a nice little combo there, as the High Elves have a bunch of archers, 2 Dragon Princes, and we do have a noble. I thought I saw maybe 2 nobles? Yes, 2 nobles on horseback to provide some anti-large armor piercing. Oh dang, there's a Warhammer turning behind the dog? It's true, dude, it's true. On the other side for the Lizardmen, is this our first Lizardmen of the day? Chat? I actually think this is our first Lizardman of the day. Anyway, for the Lizardmen, we have 4 Cold One Spear Riders. My god. 2 Bastildons with solar engines, and then a bunch of skinks. A Slann Mage Priest of Life with Dwellers Below, Regrowth, and Earthblood, and then 2 Ripperdactyl Riders, 1 for the Clawstone Hunters. Lizardmen did take several nerfs. Slans are squishier, and their Blood Statute of Spite went down from 4 casts to 2. Their skink frontline all got more expensive, so this is a pretty brutal nerf for them. We'll see if they can still remain supreme. If you have not been a part of the stream for very long, like over the months, you will know that I have a love-hate relationship with Cold One Spear Riders, in that I love to hate them. I think they're dog shit. I think they're a terrible unit and they should burn in hell. They're not good. They're terrible. They have lost me so many games by just being awful. But Sir Groot might be able to support them with solar engines. The solar engines do have the blinded debuff, and if you can lower the melee defense of your opponent enough that the Cold One Spear Riders can never get their fucking shit together and hit somebody, yes, they do have good armor-piercing weapon strength and high anti-large stuff, so maybe they'll be good if you support them with literally everything in your whole build. Stupid Cold One Spear Riders, you... They've cost me a lot of games. I hate them. Eltharion and his noble are diving straight in. Looks like they are not particularly afraid of the Ripperdactyl Riders for the Lizardmen. Archers are slowly going to push up and get some damage down. Now, Lizardmen can't take this standard front-to-back fight. The Archers will way outshoot them before the Spearmen ever really get in danger of losing. So Lizardmen need to change up what's happening somehow, and a Tempest is already out for the Ripperdactyl Riders. Just a bit of poke. Nothing too bad there. As a Mistwalker's Barrage hits the Skinks, taking about a fifth of their HP off and makes them almost rout. What can the Lizards do to stop these archers? That is the name of the game. Dragon Princes and Eltharion trying to stop up the front line, but where Sir Groot fed 1 Cold One Spear Rider into the Dragon Princes, the other one tried to just sneak around them. It looks like the same play is also being done on the other side. There are 4 Cold One Spear Riders, there are 2 Dragon Princes, so Sir Groot is like, I guess I'll 1v1 you somewhere, and other places I will get to your archers. The Sisters of Avalorn are pretty good at defending themselves, however, as they've almost killed the Clawstone Hunters by themselves, and in comes a rear charge from the Dragon Princes and the Noble. So it's going to be good stuff from them. Eltharion is still holding back the Skinks, as are all the High Elf Spearmen. And another Mistwalker Barrage getting that nice constant damage on the Skink cohorts with Javelins. think I hear a Dwellers. A Dwellers is out from the Slann, hitting 2 archers, and then some Dragon Princes. Their flags aren't in the right spot, but they're taking some damage. They weren't as focused on it or anything, so it's not like the Dwellers instantly deleted them, but a Bound Banishment from the Slann also doing good work, and the Dragon Princes are slowly losing HP, maybe running out of gas. If the Dragon Princes get knocked out of the game, then the Cold Spear Riders can run shop over all the archers and really even this back up. For now, though, the High Elves are ahead on the balance of power, and I would agree with that assessment of things. I do think they're ahead. Dragon Prince is taking a ton of damage, though. And the Cold Spear Riders, one of them is functional. The other one is so damaged it's not really functional, and then we have 2 more functional ones down here. And the High Elves have lost a lot of archers. Sir Groot ain't getting nothing done, which means he is getting something done, because that's a double negative. Schoolhouse Rock taught me so much. One Dragon Prince got an Apotheosis to try and heal it back up, while this other one is beyond fucked. If he even comes back, he won't be much of a force. Noble and some spears trying to stop these Cold Spear Riders. But, I mean, the Lizardmen, the objectives I laid out for them at the start of the game appear to be completed. They've got the High Elf Archers on the run, they've stopped that DPS from coming in, and they've evened up the damage value. Now, while the Lizardmen didn't bring too much crazy healing, I guess they did bring a Life Slan, but he's been using Dwellers Below so far. Yeah, I rescind that. I forgot it was a Life Slan, so the long game can favor them if they just want to heal spam things. Eltharion can also play that game, but I think the Lizards are just slightly better at it. I don't know what Sipa has left to deal with the Bastilled-on Solar Engines. Eltharion maybe can if he gets left alone with them for a really long time. I suppose the Nobles could too. But losing all of these archers is pretty brutal. Damage value is extremely even. And Dragon Princes have rallied to help the Noble fight the Cold Spear Riders. And with all of them, they should be able to peel that off. And all of a sudden, you have some cavalry back that can maybe get healing from Eltharion in the late game. Ripperdactyl Riders still chasing down the archers with light armor. But what can the High Elves do while this is happening? In comes a Mistwalker's Barrage to take out those Cold Spear Riders and free Eltharion. I told you it's good! It's so good for getting him out of being big surrounds and stuff. Like, it's just nice, constant damage value as he gets rid of those Cold Spear Riders eventually. The High Elf Spearmen, like we said before, are holding infinitely against the Skinks. Maybe in the late game they could be a safe little bastion for Eltharion and the Nobles to go to. Speaking of which, one of the Nobles is hunting Slann. With the HP reductions, maybe you can get some good work done. Ooh, that's a good Tempest. Tempest hits the Glossna Hunters. One, it slows them so they can't dive in on the Noble like they were trying to, but also it does enough damage that it might start picking off models before the Slann can appropriately heal them up or something. As they lost 2 models in that Tempest, it looks like a third also went down, and they shatter! So the Tempest takes out the Glossna Hunters, which are a very big healing target that Slans usually like to use. Big Banishment takes out some Spearmen, but in the distance, the Dragon Princes and Nobles that rallied took out a Ripperdactyl Rider. Did not manage to save any of their archers so far, but they're taking out a lot of the Lizardmen mobility that the Slann wants to be healing. If we can get down to a late game situation of a Slann and 2 Bastillons versus Eltharion and 2 Nobles, I will take Eltharion and 2 Nobles every single time. Sisters of Avalorn trying to fire in while they can. They do see, let's call him Gary. Gary is coming in hot, and they get booking. They don't want to die for this. They shatter and leave the battlefield in the face of Gary. Something's happening here. Is that a regrowth? Oof. Big regrowth for the Cold Spear Riders that are diving in right now. Oof. But oof on oof. Earthblood and regrowth trying to heal them up, but Eltharion's Mistwalker's Barrage immediately tamps down any excitement you could have about that regrowth in Cold Spear Rider as they take like all the damage they were trying to heal and just get murdered. In the distance, it looks like the Dragon Princes are entirely gone, but that Noble does finish off the Cold Spear Riders and gets himself free. Eltharion starts apotheosising himself. And can the Lizards beat the Spears and the Heroes with their Dinosaurs and some Cold Spear Riders? I don't know, as that Dinosaur just cheap-shotted the Spearmen, and I didn't like that. Sipa should have played Empire, shaking my head. Don't put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby. We're getting some High Elves versus Lizardmen, and I, for one, am excited about it, and you can't stop me from being excited. I personally think the High Elves are in a better situation right now as another Mistwalker Barrage hits the Cold Spear Riders on their way in. It wasn't a full contact, as it mostly hit his own Spearmen. Doesn't do damage, but it does knock them down. Anyway, Eltharion is slowly poking away the Slann, and both of the Nobles are still, like, full HP. Yeah, both the Nobles are still full HP. Eltharion's healing himself up slowly with Apotheosis every now and then. Like that. And I just don't know what the Lizardmen are going to be able to do about this. Sure, they can maybe kill all the Spearmen given enough time and enough solar dino shots, but I don't know how they kill 2 nobles in Eltharion. Salon's trying to get away as Coldwind Spear Riders dive in, but in comes another Mistwalker's Barrage. Pokes out the Coldwind Riders just a little bit. And, oh, that is a big Dwellers Below onto the double Spearmen. The Coldwind Spear Riders charge back in to just try and keep these guys in range of the Dwellers Below so that it can try and take them out. But the Slon's falling back. Eltharion's still poking him down. And the Spearmen were not really in the center of the Dwellers Below, so they aren't even taking that much damage. Earthblood healing up Coldwind Spear Rider some more while the still Solar Engine gets beat up by the Noble. Anti-large, armor-piercing duelist. That's looking like GG. Balance of power is 50-50, but sometimes the balance of power isn't the full story. Slon routes, soon to die. Solar Engine dinos are occasionally firing in on the Spearmen, trying to offer a little bit of poke. A little bit of support. Eltharion needs one more hit to kill the Slon. He's trying to do it. He's trying to get that hit. There he goes. Slon's dead. With that, we might get a chain route for the Lizardmen as some of the Skinks just realized their leadership isn't quite there anymore. This guy's 1 leadership, 7 in the distance, 7, and 7. Game 1 goes to Sipa. Eltharion, the new High Elf boss. Hasn't he earned it, though? Like, let's all be honest for a second. He earned this one. He has been dog shit for so long. Very good, very close game to start off this best of 3. Eltharion and the Dragon Princes did good work. The double nobles, pretty good value if you even them out, right? Like, this one got almost 2,000 value, which is really, really good. The other one got 500, but he was still pretty healthy. So, good stuff. Archers got shut down. Very nice by Lizardmen to do that. And the Coldwind Spear Riders all got pretty good value. Some great stuff there. Good showcase. And let's get the blocker up before they pick new factions. Next buff, quick gets free Storm Vermin. Not even summons, just free Storm Vermin. They spawn out of him slowly. Like, just model at a time. He just spawns Storm Vermin as long as he's in melee combat. Long Paul Doree and I are on the same wavelength here. That's the Crimson Guard and lore. Yeah, Crimson Guard are great. Love those guys. I've done so many replay casts in a row that now on a live stream I have to fill time again. Have I lost the art? Let's find out. I know what the next Skaven DLC is. What? How is that possible? Holy shit, Human Boy! That's crazy! Yep, I know what it is. Fuck you. And that's how we're going to fill this loading screen. I am being a little bit serious. CA haven't, like, told me what the next Skaven DLC is, but I was reading some stuff, and I realized that it would be... It's prime setup for them to make Skaven one of their next DLCs because of the units they've been doing recently. So, I'm reading the Black Plague trilogy. So obviously your Legendary Lord is Thankful, right? Thankful, easy. And then your Legendary Hero that they now like to include in everything could be Ska Bloodtail, Queek's special chieftain. Okay, cool. You have your Legendary Lord and your Legendary Hero that they like to throw in everything. Great. And then there's Storm Fiends, which everyone knows about. Mutant Rat Ogres, but with a flamethrower arm. So you lower their melee stats by a little bit. You give them a range attack that decreases people's leadership and does fire damage. Great, cool. But now the fun ones. In the Black Plague, I was reading, you know Clan Verms? That Skaven flag that showed up that's like olive green with a red center. Have you seen the Ogre Legendary Lord League? I actually have not. I don't know what you're talking about, Miguel. Maneater. But anyway, Clan Verms. Before Clan Molder was a big shot, like Clan Verms used to be the big monster clan of the Skaven back when the Black Plague was happening. And then they got overthrown by various reasons that I'm not going to go into, and Clan Molder rose to ascendance. But they had these Death Strikers, is I believe what they were called. They're Death Somethings, but they're just big fucking scorpions. Where Rat Ogres are a big rat, Death Strikers were like big scorpions. You could just take the Tomb Scorpion model of the Tomb Kings, paint it black, give it slightly different animations, or not even. You could honestly just go super lazy and reskin the Tomb Scorpion. And then that would have an added bonus of they're probably not going to let it suck. What about the Frostworm? Probably is a key word. What about the Frostworm? That thing sucks ass. You know what? Fuck you, imaginary viewer. I'm not talking about that. So hopefully the Death Striker wouldn't suck ass, which means the Tomb Scorpion, being the exact same model, would get whatever buffs the Death Striker got that would make it not suck. So that could be cool. Get a single entity monster. The Skaven needs some single entity monsters that aren't terrible. Then, with the Chaos Dwarf Train, the Dreadquake Mortar, you reskin that to be green, fire a green ball, and then don't attach it to a train, make it like a catapult. But you just take, like, you know, a catapult, but give it that same shot. Because there's a thing apparently called the Warp Caster, which Scythar Doom, which was Ikit Claw before Ikit Claw was even born. But Scythar Doom invented it, and it's just like a super mortar that fires out this mini black hole of warpstone. So when the glass globe shatters, it just sucks everything around in a circle into the center and like makes it into a single mass and kills it, you know? In a small area, not like blowing up a whole city. Because when he was firing it around Altdorf during the Siege of Altdorf, it would blow up 2 buildings per shot. But just give the Skaven that thing, make it super slow, make it really expensive, but then it fires long range and does that. So you get your big artillery, which they seem to love, with the Thunder Barge, the land ship, the steam tank changes, the Chorf trains, the Chorf train with the Dreadquake Mortar. Clearly they're on a fucking roll about big things that go boom. So that would also work. And then there was something else. What was it? Oh, yeah, and then for some multi-entity stuff, you could get the Clan Mordkin Grave Robbers. So Clan Mordkin is a clan that fought in a gash, apparently, and they lost, but they fought him. And they eat exclusively undead, so they are immune to fear from the undead. So you could give the Clan Mordkin units, like, Clan Mordkin Clan Rats and their ITP. Like, that's all you'd really have to do with them. Just make Clan Rats that are ITP, make them cost a little bit more, make them look cool. Because these guys are, like, covered in bones and stuff. They use bones as their armor, so they have, like, human skulls over their faces, like faceplates and stuff. So maybe you could give them... You could give them some armor. If CA insists, they could give them some physical resistance instead of armor, though I'd probably just give them armor. So make them, like, armored Clan Rats with ITP. Now, again, I'm not saying keep them 300 gold. You probably want to make them, like, 450, 500, 550. Not just saying, hey, well, why don't my 300 gold Clan Rats have armor and ITP, guys? That seems like a good idea. Come on, I'm not an idiot. But throw that in there for multi-entity model. Then you're living the high life. And for a monsters infantry, if you want it, you could go with Plague Rat Ogres. Clan Pestilence's special Rat Ogres. Give them, like, literally 0 armor. Because their skin is falling off. But they could have the Poison Wind contact effect. So anything they're fighting takes slow damage over time. Isn't that a Mortis engine? Kind of, but it's not AoE. They have to be physical contact with it. And keep the damage low. Just keep the damage low. Doesn't need to be like Mortis engine levels of strength. I only want rats in this Skaven roster, no scorpions. Fine. Imaginary viewer is cringe and spelly. You're not wrong. Human Boy needs more boxing tools. It's so true, dude. It's so true. Oh, Goldfang Maneater. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah. That's lit. Hopefully that's true. Ogres, I mean, they could use a DLC. What was this thing? I was just reading a post. Oh yeah, Goldfang Maneater. Ogres could use a DLC. Their roster is kind of small, but I honestly don't think that they're most in need of a DLC, balance-wise. Ogres are fine. They're not top tier anymore, but they're strong. There's other rosters that could use it. Like, for the love of God, can Norska get a DLC? Like, come on, guys. That roster is so fucking small. Listen, I love Skinwolves as much as the next guy, but they can only carry so many games. Norska comes into the post-game locker room and is like, all right, Skinwolves, get out there and win us a game. Skinwolves are like, Cap, we've been winning games for you since, like, 2014. It's been 10 years. Give us a break. No, don't think I can. You're the only thing on a roster that's any good. Get out there, Skinwolves. Kick some ass for the Horned Rat. And Norska's just Skaven. Hi, Strix. Strix, it's been a while. How you doing, man? Amen to Norska DLC and Tomb Kings? That'd be fun. Since Borgio appeared in the game files also, Goldfang sounds like another lord for the Dogs of War DLC before Slanesh. Strat game, $20. $10 for you and $10 for the sheet behind you. You don't want the sheet? You want sunlight to fuck with the camera? Is that what you want? You want it to mess up all the lighting and stuff? Because that's fine. We can do it. Or I can put the sheet in front of me. Having fun now? Making fun of me for trying to do a good production quality here? God forbid I help with the lighting and the sound by putting a sheet behind me so it doesn't echo as much. But that was more important than the last house because it had hardwood floors. This one's carpeted and fine. And now my chair's squeaky. So take that, everybody. Now thanks for the donation, Strat Game. I'm sorry for being a shitter. What units are good for an Orska DLC? I am pulling this out of my ass, and I am making it up, but hear me out. Demon Cursed Marauders. Okay, take some Marauder variants, put them in, like, and when I say Marauders, it's because everything on the Orska roster is a Marauder. So you could scale this in price from basic Marauders to literally Marauder champions. All of those are called Marauders, but Demon Blessed Marauders. And, like, if you get a Demon Blessed Marauder of Khorne, it's a Marauder, but then give him, like... You could actually make him a Monstrous Infantry in a way. Kind of like Aspiring Champions. No. Hear me out. Shut up. I'm making this up as we go. Aspiring Champions model counts, like 12 models. And then if you zoom in on them, they look closer to Forsaken. It's like, yeah, they're kind of human-shaped, but at this point, they're mostly metal instead of, like, skin and rock, where bone used to be. And these are, like, Demon Blessed Marauders of Khorne. They have dual weapons, armor piercing, anti-infantry, heavy armor themselves, some spell resistance and stuff. But again, there's only 12 models of them, and you could probably make them pretty expensive. But that could be kind of fun. Get some Demon Blessed Marauders of Nurgle and make them large. Like, pretty much take the Ogre model, make it slightly more human and more Nurgle-ish. So you're just making a monstrous infantry, but you're just calling them Demon Blessed Marauders of Nurgle, as Nurgle has, like, bloated them up beyond human proportions. Give them some regeneration, super low armor, unshielded, so of course, you know, archers can deal with them and stuff. But give them regeneration. And then they hit pretty hard. Things like that. That could be fun for their DLC. They could also use melee light cav variants of their Marauder Horsemen. So, like, 400 gold Kosovite Dervish ripoffs that are just Norskin flavored. And then maybe 750 gold Marauder Berserkers that are riding horsemen. That could be something. Give them some more monsters that don't suck. When you do the DLC, update mammoths so mammoths aren't trash anymore. Like, there's a ton you can do with it. Give them more Lord options than Wolfric and Throg. That sounds like Forsaken. Yeah, but Forsaken blow. Skinwolf's riding Feral Mammoths. Yes. I want to see Vermin Lords for Skaven. Possible. I want the Bearkin Legendary Lord. Skinwolf Chariots. Yeah. Sipa is ready on his Chaos Dwarves versus Grand Cathay. This is our first Grand Cathay of the day. Aren't we getting a roadmap update this week? I don't trust the roadmap. One, because CA has abandoned it before. That's the negative take. The negative take is CA has abandoned it before. The positive take would be, we saw with Shadows of Change that CA is also paying attention. Now here's the positive take. Negative take, they've missed it before. They can fucking miss it again. Positive take, Shadows of Change come out. It was dog shit. Everybody hated it. CA put the roadmap on pause, released Shadows of Change 2.0 to make that DLC more worth it, and then released the Thrones of Decay a little late as they could while still being, like, on time, but April 30th is hardly, like, where they wanted to release it. I think they were aiming more for March originally. Actually, no, they said winter. That's right. The roadmap said winter of 2023. But then it came out in April, which is definitely not winter anymore. But then Thrones of Decay fucking slapped. So, like, the negative take is CA's missed deadlines before, and the positive take is they listen when they fucked up, and then they put the roadmap plan on pause to go fix their fuck-ups. But either one of those, the positive or the negative take, makes me think that roadmaps don't matter for this company. And I'm not trying to be a shitty guy. I really appreciate the updates they did to Shadows of Change 2.0. I really appreciate how great Thrones of Decay has been on launch. There are problems. There are some problems. But this DLC is overall much more positive than negative. People are very happy with the game right now. A lot more people are playing. More people are having fun. I have so few complaints about Thrones of Decay. But it doesn't make me think that they're going to stick to a deadline. I would prefer good content late than shitty content on time. Some info would be nice, though. Yeah. It's a good prediction. I just don't think... I don't think people should hold CA that close to the deadline because you're just setting yourself up for failure. Should CA be on time? Yes. But I'm telling you, historically, they're not. And when they do rush, it's a shit job. And I don't think you should want them to rush because it just sucks. Like, it does. So, acknowledging their failings... I would rather them do a good job, and then that means they're going to be late, and then a roadmap's going to be kind of pointless. Now, a roadmap could be fun to know what's coming down the line, but I wouldn't give the dates posted any credit. This is the path until we get a new plan? Yeah. Alright. Builds are set up. Let's get into this, huh? For front line, for the Chaos Dwarves, we have some Goblin Laborers. Back line, we have Triple Infernal Ironsworn and the Blazing Beards of Basrock again. Then we have 2 Flying Bulls. Both are the Baled Taurus mounts. Sorcerer Prophet of Fire with just Cascading Fire Cloak, and a Sorcerer Prophet of Death with just Spirit Leech. And then he brought Reforged to heal up the Iron Demon ROR that is beneath him. And that is it for the Chaos Dwarves. On the other side, for Cathay, it is the first Tzeentch. He came out in the summer, I mind you. This is the first Tzeentch I have ever seen in a competitive game. I've seen him in some troll shit people send me, but I've never seen him taken when someone wants to win. Tzeentch brought his dragon form. Obviously, you can't take that off, but he brought Emperor's Executioner and Shem's Burning Gaze as his only spells. We have Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen in the trees, some Onyx Crowmen, the Celestial Lion, and then a front line of Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spears. No ranged units to speak of. Yambo, what did I say? God damn it, did I say Zhao Ming again? I do that all the time. Tzeentch? Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant Yumbo. You guys caught me. I'm stupid. I'm stupid and dumb. You know what? You guys are unfair. I say about 7 million words per stream, and you don't give me credit for the 6,999,998 I get correctly. You give me shit for the 2 I get wrong. So every time I say correct words, you need to give me credit now, is what I'm saying. That won't get annoying ever. Peasant Long Spears filtering out. And I am afraid I do have to agree with Strat Game on this. I don't know what this Grand Cathay build is going to do. They don't have great armored infantry clearing, and they don't have great single entity clearing without Iron Hail Gunners or anything. I just don't know where they're going to get the damage. Shim's Burning Gaze down the line did pretty good damage to the Infernal Iron Swarm, but Celestial Lion's in. And oh boy, Cathay's front line is feeling the damage as those blasting charges are making mincemeat out of their poor peasants. And the Demon's Tongue is rolling through these guys, getting a nice side shot down this other area as it charges in. And the Onyx Crowmen are trying to swarm the Source of Prophet of Fire as a Spirit leeches out onto some of the Crowmen. Interesting choice, but I think he was just casting spells for the sake of casting the spells. What can Yanbo do? What are you, a toddler learn to speak? Yesterday brought some Changeling and swapped into Tzeentch in turns contest. That's kind of tight. We've already lost one of the Onyx Crowmen to that Demonic Instability when they get nice and low. I wonder if the Celestial Lion is going to try to take off soon and help with the Sky fight. Fearsome War is out, removing the ITP from the Infernal Iron Sworn. I don't know if they even had ITP, but they certainly don't anymore. Yenbo is under attack. The Iron Demon's nearby, but as Strat was saying in chat, and I definitely agreed with, we are seeing a bit of a problem with the Grand Cathay build. They just can't deal with armor, which the Chaos Dwarves did bring in spades. Celestial Lion getting pushed around by the Demon's Tongue. Cathay owns most of the map, but it doesn't matter if you can't kill the stuff where it is. As they fall further and further behind, Celestial Lion currently getting Spirit Leeched. The Demon's Tongue is after it, just shooting it in the butt with its flamethrower every couple seconds. And Yambo, I don't know if his execute is really going to matter that much in this game right now as the Onyx Crowmen start to try and still get things done. But the Chaos Dwarfs infantry that they care about, still doing well. 2 of them are half HP, the other 2 are still, like, full. I don't care about the Goblin Laborers. They could all die and it wouldn't change the outcome of this game. Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks. Oh, a lot of positivity in the chat now. Oh, that's good. Congrats on saying spades correctly. How is this more hurtful than when you guys point out that I do something wrong? Saying when I do stuff right is somehow worse. Alright, Celestial Lion is getting bodied by the 2 bulls. Another Demonic Instability takes out one of the Crowmen. The balance of power is so low for Grand Cathay, and I definitely agree. As another Blasting Charge Volley takes out the Peasant Spearmen, it's over, and Sipa will 2-0 his way to the finals. GG. Infernal Iron Sworn did great. The 3 single entities for Chaos Dwarfs also did well. Yembo and his Celestial Lion struggled. And then melee Grand Cathay did not prevail versus the Chaos Dwarves, unfortunately for them. GG's, lads. And Sipa, we will see you in finals. Raced and Segos still have not played their games. They were on game 2 45 minutes ago. I'm going to put up the text that says waiting for tournament because we have some fun replays people sent me of just like good games. But we're not going to cast whole best of 3s of them. So people will understand that this is not a part of the tournament. So this is from Siriath versus the green one.
For the greater good.
And this is just a game that was sent to me that was allegedly good. We need to turn Human Boy Can't Talk into the new meme like High Elves Never Win was for a while. Okay. What do we got here? High Elves with Illyrian Reaver Archers, Teclis, who's on horseback with his Net, Regrowth, and Flock of Doom, some Dragon Princes and White Lions of Grace, and then the Fireborn and more Dragon Princes. Triple Dragon Prince. For the Force of Tzeentch, we have double casters. A blue Firecaster, never mind, it's a Lord of Chaos. I keep forgetting that Tzeentch has a melee Lord they can take now. Centaurs of Tzeentch, Chaos Knights, and then Blue Horrors and Marauders as a bit of a front line. And, oh, that was a big charge from the Dragon Princes, plus some friendly fire from their own Sour Guts. Almost gets the Blue Horrors to Demonic Instability crumble, but they do rally a bit after that. Dragon Princes charging back in, but they get countercharged with Centaurs. The Centaurs, with a very high charge bonus and insane armor-piercing stats, they are more than happy to take a fight with the Fireborn on the charge. They don't want to grind it out as we saw in a different game earlier today. They eventually lose out when their charge bonus wears off. They just can't get through the Fireborn's melee defense anymore. But on the charge, I mean, half HP off of them is nothing to scoff at. And Teclis is coming over to say hello. High Elves trying to swarm through the back line. They still have Illyrian Reavers poking and prodding here and there. But so far, Tzeentch is off to a good start. As you can see, they're ahead on the balance of power. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch fighting on top of White Lions and Dragon Princes. Outnumbered and not armor-piercing, they should have a pretty bad time, but we'll see if they can overcome eventually. And Teclis is now taking the fight to the Lord of Chaos, but he's not nearly as good of a combatant as the Lord of Chaos is. Even with the Fireborn trying to protect him, I still think that's probably a winning fight for Tzeentch. Some Blue Horrors are already dying. Centaurs trying to fall back since they don't have their barriers anymore. They just want to get some more. Regrowth is out for the Fireborn, getting them nice and healed up. And Centaurs come running over, so damn it, forgot who is the High Elves, but they're running away. Running away as the White Lions try and chase them down. And this fight happening in the forest is a bit of a disaster for the High Elf because Centaurs of Tzeentch are Centaurs. They have Woodsmen, so they don't take the normal debuff large units take for fighting in the woods. This is good for them, though they are fighting a 2v1 with Dragon Princes, which is not good for them. So of course they'll still lose a 2v1 with Dragon Princes, but this is better than they could have hoped for. Rear charge in from the Shrieking Skyrays and the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch also going to do some good damage while Blue Fire keeps getting cast on the White Lions. High Elves still kind of holding the balance of power, just slightly negative against them, but they're holding it there, so I guess that's fine. Teclis taking an awful lot of damage while fighting on top of Zongors, and Illyrian Reaver Archers are trying to kite away from the Centaurs of Tzeentch. More Marauders are routing, and the Chaos Knights and Centaurs are going to get rear charged by Dragon Princes. See if those guys can get a good, impactful charge over there. High Elves winning some of the mobility fights here and there. Their infantry is doing okay, though Man Teclis is taking a lot of damage, and Tzeentch still has a good number of forces left. Their Chaos Lord is rather healthy, though I'm starting to get a little concerned about the forces of Tzeentch. They're not suffering attrition the best. Centaur is going to rout. Looks like those Chaos Knights are next. The Shrieking Sky Rays catch out some Dragon Princes. Big pick for them if Teclis doesn't have a regrowth available to heal them back up, or a net to keep the Shrieking Sky Rays off of his precious Dragon Princes. Looks like he has neither, and they're just going to run for it while taking a bit of damage. Blue Firecaster still lurking above ominously, and the High Elves are starting to even out this balance of power just a little bit. I swore I saw Teclis pop something, but I guess it was just my imagination. Shrieking Sky Ray still running around. There is a nice regrowth for the Dragon Princes. Is it overcast or not? It is just regular. The Lord of Chaos is not having a good time. Sour Guts beset on all sides by High Elf Cavs. Some Dragon Princes, some Illyrian Reaver Archers firing in at them. And what does Tzeentch even have that's keeping their balance of power so high? I guess the Shrieking Sky Rays being full HP and then the two heroes being relatively healthy must be doing it. Black Knight and Seabird doing pretend finals? I don't know, man. I just work here. Oh, I see what you mean. Anyway, Teclis taking some damage from the Lord of Chaos. Getting pushed around. Blob Sauce, if you're available, since I'm clearly casting this game right now, can you ping Seepa and Black Knight and tell them that I'll be right there? Or if they're in the chat, they can hear me. But yes, I will go spectate that for fun while we wait. But I can't right now as I'm literally in the middle of the game. Chaos Lord of Tzeentch is still holding down a lot of High Elves, and they are over-blobbing so much. If they have the Tier 3 Tzeentch ability right now, they could get a lot of damage out. I suppose it's pretty easy to dodge, but still, I mean, it could be a good cast. It's not like infantry can instantly get out of the circle. Blue Firecaster has landed with the Shrieking Skyrays to try and take out the Dragon Princes and the White Lions of Praise. Almost get the White Lions, they do get the Dragon Princes. Teclis is very low, even with healing, his heal cap is in sight. And High Elves are again dipping on the balance of power, but the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch taking a lot of damage, getting pushed around. He is not loving it. Did I already make that joke? I feel like I already made that joke. Shrieking Sky Rays dive down once again. Another blue fire is out onto a big old cluster of High Elf units. That's a little bit of poke damage down, not too much. It's not the blue fire of old that used to be able to kill literally everything. Another regrowth in for the Dragon Princes trying to heal them up, but they are on fire right now, so they won't get the most healing. And as the Sour Guts die, they have mini explosions that do even more damage to things that are in the area. Honestly, I would kind of want them to Demonic Instability Crumble right now as they're in the middle of all these guys just getting little explosions off. Can be nice. Teclis routes very, very low on HP. Can the Blue Firecaster get up into the sky and throw one Blue Fire Teclis' way? It looks like not, as he's going to be busy supporting the Shrieking Sky Rays versus Dragon Prince. But you got to finish off Teclis. He's a High Elf Lord. They always come back. You got to finish him off. He needs a Blue Fire, man. Shrieking Sky Rays are going after Teclis. He's at 0 leadership. If he even gets 1 leadership back, he will rally, probably cast another 65 regrowths and win the game as Shrieking Sky Rays peel off to start throwing their Lamprey's Bite on some of the White Lions. The Blue Firecaster is going after Teclis, going to make sure that Teclis doesn't come back. The Chaos Lord of Tzeentch continues to fight back against all of these High Elves. Balance power still about even, slightly Tzeentch favored, but Tzeentch has so little left. The Shrieking Sky Rays dip into -2 for just a second, then they do rally. They don't lose themselves to Demonic Instability, but it's just the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch who's almost dead. The Shrieking Sky Rays are almost dead, and a full health Blue Fire Hero Caster who hardly can carry this whole game on his back. But with Teclis going off the map, and he gets killed, which is a disaster for the High Elves. It's an even bigger leadership debuff than if he had just successfully run off the map. But the High Elves are stalwart. They are one of the highest leadership factions in the game. They aren't so fickle as to be deterred by Teclis routing off the map. We do lose some Dragon Princes, but we still have a lot of healthy White Lions running around. Illyrian Reavers using the last of their ammunition on the Shrieking Sky Rays, getting a bit of damage out. The Chaos Lord of Tzeentch will put a stop to all that. Chaos Lord of Tzeentch is now down in the fight here. White Lions of Praise getting some good hits on him, but the Blue Firecaster throws out a quick volley onto the Pyramid Company, getting good damage before he's going to land and try and charge in himself, while the Shrieking Sky Rays still just try to maintain leadership off in the distance. Can Tzeentch hold on? Do they have a Tier 3 army ability, and will it even matter? They're using Tier 1 army abilities on a Chaos Sorcerer, so I don't know how much Winds of Magic they... Well, not Winds of Magic. Army ability they actually have stacked up. Shrieking Sky Rays are going to dive for free on the Illyrian Reavers, and they get their Lamprey's Bite out onto the White Lions. I double-clicked, which zooms us in very suddenly. I am sorry about that. And the Shrieking Skyray is going to take some damage on a big charge from the Illyrian River Archers. 47 leadership for them currently. I don't know how true that is, but the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch is routing, as are all the White Lions, leaving just the Chaos Sorcerer fighting all alone. But the Chaos Sorcerer is terrible at clearing out troops, especially armor-piercing troops like White Lions. The Shrieking Skyrays are going to die. They cannot stand any longer, though they might take some Illyrian Reavers with them. They will die. No way their leadership just rallied. They are so low. But winning current combat plus getting a charging bonus from chasing those guys off is going to give him a bit of leadership. The Chaos Lord is trying to come back. He only has 400 HP and 8 leadership. All the White Lions are routing. Army losses is so close. And the Blue Firecaster is trying to get back up into this guy to throw a Blue Fire back at the last White Lion of Krace that's not currently routing. He just wants to get that guy to rout. Another one did rally, but still, if you could take this one out, you'll be fine. The Overcast does big damage to him, and it unfortunately mostly misses the White Lions. Didn't get a lot done. And the Chaos Lord routs himself from getting too near to the Puremain Company. Chasing them off was apparently too much of a task. The Shrieking Skyrays also died for no reason in the middle of nowhere! The Puremain Company are going to rally. More White Lions are going to rally, leaving just this Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch to fight all by himself. As Tzeentch abandons him, Tzeentch is a fickle mistress, and the Chaos Lord is gone! All of a sudden, it's literally just this guy versus the world. His leadership is faltering. He throws out a Blue Fire in point-blank range just needs to get rid of these White Lions. He's so fucking low! Leadership, which is the only thing that matters, not HP. His HP is chilling. Illyrian Reaver Archers don't look like they're coming back. Some other White Lions don't look like they're coming back. But as I said before, man, he's so bad at taking out White Lions. 1 leadership, 4 leadership. It gets back up to 9 as the Puremain Company start to charge in. It's too little for the Chaos Sorcerer. The balance of power tips into the High Elves' favor for the first time this entire game. And it is over. Why did the Chaos Lord and the Shriekers just decide to die for no reason? Shrieking Skyrays. Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal, but it is a win for Siriath. Dragon Princes did very well. White Lions of Krace did very well. Illyrian Reaver Archers did great. For the green one, his Chaos Lord and his Caster did fine. His Centaurs and Tzeentch did alright. Shrieking Skyrays did amazing. Sour Gods also did fantastically. And then the Blue Horrors and Marauders and stuff just got murdered. Okay, we have another semifinal. Black Knight versus Sagos. So we have 2 best of 3s left. Black Knight versus Sagos to see who will go fight Sipa, and then winner of that versus Sipa, and we'll end the stream for the day. It's only been a 3-hour stream, but it feels so much longer. All right, Black Knight and Sagos getting their shit together to start off semifinals. Hey Rusty, what's good? Lots of stuff, dude. We've had some pretty great games today. I am joining Black Knight's game now. Oops, dick. What was I? Oh, no. No! No! I accidentally joined the lobby. Oh my god, get me out of here! Oh, that was close. They wanted to hurt me. Battle of the Cheeks. I think that is the lobby I'm supposed to be entering. Scorecard and blocker before they pick too much stuff. Semifinal number 2. Black Knight versus Sagos. And if you care about that sort of thing, we have 3 clans left in it. ODM with Sagos, NC's Black Knight. That's my clan, so I hope Black Knight wins because he's my clan mate. Oh my goodness. And in the finals is VOD's Sipa. I'll put NC on there. I didn't realize he was wearing his clan tag. I usually just try and put whatever people have on Steam. I don't believe we've had Segos on stream today. He is a very, very good player. I don't really know what his favorite factions are these days. He tends to just play whatever's like really strong. He used to play a lot of Kislev, and then they got so overpowered that they either got banned away from him or he just didn't play him. So I don't know what he's playing these days. Black Knight, we all know and love. He plays all three of the elves, and he plays Empire. He's been playing Imric before Imric was good. I think he played Imric back in Warhammer 2. When he was trash. Hot Clan Rat Hookups, click here, is an excellent name. Can a dwarf engineer heroes restore ammo to the Thunder Barge? I don't actually know that. I know Malachi can. And yeah, Thunder Barges never run out of ammo, so what's the point? That's kind of like saying, if you dump a glass of water in the ocean, does the ocean get wet? I don't think it matters. I don't think that's the conversation you need to be having. The conversation we need to be having, the Lone Cabbage, is if the Thunder Barge ran out of ammo, what the fuck happened? What, were you fighting... On the campaign map, you were fighting like 7 enemy 20 stacks with just a Thunder Barge? Literally, just a Thunder Barge, no other units? Because otherwise, how did you run out of ammo? Even then, actually, you might need like 10 armies. Does anybody here know Radiant Ash? Yes? No? Hands up? Hands? Radiant Ash? I know there's a delay, but I'm going to pretend that nobody has their hands up. Wow. You guys are jerks. I was more wondering if that had something to do with why it never runs out of ammo, but it seems no. It just never runs out. We are poking fun. We're not trying to be mean. Teeth Goblin, yep, she's great. Oh, she's a Total War YouTuber. Yes, sir. All right, it's coming in. We have confirmed our 1v1 campaign head-to-head. Deathmaster Tzeentch, piloted by ya boy, versus Balthazar Gelt in the Plains of Cathay. It's gonna be great, and I definitely know how to play campaign. I am so good at campaign. I'm sure I'm not gonna get power fisted. In our multiplayer campaigns where I play with the boys, Redless, I don't know if you guys remember Rinless. He used to play multiplayer a bit, but he hops in on our campaign streams. And he's doing this shit where if you're good at campaign, you're going to be like, well, duh, but I'm not good at campaign. So I'm like, I'm playing the Dwarves, and Rinless is Vlad von Karstein. And this is all on a stream, right? You can see that. But he attacks Tempelhof and retreats. And he attacks Tempelhof and retreats. And he attacks Tempelhof and retreats and attacks and attacks and attacks and retreats and retreats and retreats. And then by like turn 5, Vlad is like legitimately level 9 or 10 or 11 or somewhere in there. Like Vlad is very stacked. Rinless has about 10,000 gold in his coffers, and he's upgrading Castle Drakenhof for like third or fourth time. Meanwhile, up in the mountains with Ungrim Ironfist on turn 5, I conquered a second city, and I'm building economy buildings like, 200 gold per turn, yes please. That sounds so smart and good to do versus in a head-to-head. And then when we meet up at like turn 12 to fight, I have one army of Slayers, and it is completely destroying my economy. Like, I could barely stand up. I am under so much debt for this single 20 stack. And Ridless is rolling over me with 3 20 stacks with Vlad. And sure, he's the vampire count, so zombies are pretty cheap, but that's not really the point, is it? And Vlad's like soloing my whole army of Slayers, and I'm just like, guys, I don't think I'm campaigning very well. Ungrim's level 3, and Vlad is level 11. I think I fucked up. So I'm sure Radiant Dash is gonna do similar things, where it's just like, alright, both Zargelt's level 7. I'm a little behind the curve, but let's end turn 1. And Deathmaster Snitch is gonna be level 1. Like, what? What the fuck? Goldman high level, yes, yes. Save me. I was mega overwhelmed by who extra mechanics work at first, I guess. So good luck, I guess. Yeah. Greven, that's a good point. I could just kite her on the campaign map until I get to the tier 5 Eshin ability where I could just delete a faction. I could delete both Zargelt's faction to win that way. That's too smart. Alright, second semifinal. There are 2 best of 3s left on the day. 4 games minimum, 6 games maximum. To start us off, we have Segos on Bretonia. Now remember, the tournament limits, Bretonia is limited to 2 Grail-type units. Grail-type units are Grail Knights, Grail Guardians, and Hippogriffs. So you could take 1 and 1, 2 of one kind, and something like that. So he has 1 Grail Knight and 1 Hippogriff Knight. Other than that, he brought a bunch of Knights of the Realm. 3 Peasant Bowmen, none of them have Poison or Fire. We do have the Fey Enchanters with Regrowth and Earthblood. Front line of Spearmen at Arms and Peasant Mobs, trying to keep them safe. For Black Knight, we have a bunch of Cold One Knights and Cold One Dread Knights, 5 total, 1 of which is a Dread Knight. Then we have a front line of Black Ark Corsairs, the Siren of Red Ruin, and a Supreme Sorceress of Soul Stealing on her dragon. Very straightforward build, easy to tell you what's in the build. Good build by Black Knight. I like it. I don't know if it's going to win the game, but I do like being able to say 3 unit names and telling you the whole fucking army. Cold One Boys, Stabby Boys, Monster Ladies. Done. Damn, Human Boy, 200 people watching. Odd Jobs. Odd Jobs, thank you. And I loved your hat in Goldeneye. The one-shot hat. Ah. Plus, you had a lower damage profile than most people, so they had to aim down to see you. So when I was playing with my cousins when I was very young, we had to ban Odd Job. And for people complaining about global bans and unit bans in Warhammer 3, in 1998, we were global banning Odd Job from fucking Goldeneye on the N64. So eat my ass! I mean, your opinion is respected, and you're wrong. That army sounds like a good weekend in college. He was so OP. Oddjob was global banned before global bans were a thing. Alright, both armies are set up. I don't know what they're waiting for, but I'm assuming the players are just saying ready. Good luck, have fun. So we'll get into it in a second. I heard a ding. Mainly due to the god-awful aiming system. GoldenEye was a perfect game, and this isn't nostalgia talking. It's objectively the perfect game. That's why I refuse to go back and play it in case I learn that it's nostalgia talking. You go back and play it, you're like, wow, this is dog shit. Did you play GoldenEye when you were 6, Human Boy? When did GoldenEye come out? Yes, I'm looking this up instead of casting the game. 1997, so it came out when I was 3. So yes, I played it when I was 4, because I played it the year after it came out. Oh, wow! This guy streams Warhammer and covers Warhammer and makes videos about Warhammer instead of going outside and living his life. And then I tell you that I was playing fucking GoldenEye when I was 4 years old, and you don't believe me? I was born for this. I was born to play video games kind of poorly, but cast them pretty well. Alright. Archers firing in onto the Black Ark Corsairs, just getting a bit of poke out while the Siren of Red Ruin fires up and over the dunes to get into some of the Peasant Bowmen. This Peasant Bowman barely retaining its leadership, but staying in the fight for now as the Siren continues to punish them. And the onus is on Segos to go stop her, as already one of the Peasant Bowmen is routing away. JC. That wasn't a joke? No, dude. My dad got it, and then I got to play it with him the year after it came out. Alright, Hippogriff Knights landing in on the Cold One Knights. Black Ark Corsairs trying to fight back against them, but Hippogriff Knights are very, very oppressive. Usually need to outnumber them to really get much done, as a Comet of Cassandora lands from the Chalice of Potions that the Fan Enchantress has, taking out some of the Black Ark Corsairs' HP. But still, the Black Ark Corsairs could beat all of the Bretonnian infantry on this battlefield, because while they're outnumbered 2-1, the peasants are just that terrible. Now, they're cheap. They're super cheap. I'm not expecting them to beat the Black Ark Corsairs. I'm just saying the Black Ark Corsairs can chew through infinite peasants. It is a cav fight. The cav is all that matters here. As Knights of the Realm are beating up on Cold One Knights, it looks like Segos is getting the better of the engagements as more Knights of the Realm are going to pile sideways into the Cold One Knights, getting a nice charge out, but the Cold Knights cannot reciprocate. Earthblood heals up the Fan Enchantress and her Grail Knights and her Royal Hippogriff Knights. That is all of the expensive units in one spot, and immediately a Soul Stealer goes down to start to try and punish those units. The Grail Knights do not get procced by it, unfortunately, but the rest do. The Fan Enchantress has some pretty insane spell resistance, though, so she doesn't care at all. 60% spell resist, 15% ward save, so 75% resistance to that type of damage. Murderous Prowess and Mastery is popped. That should help these Golden Knights beat up on the Knights of the Realm and win this flank engagement. Black Ark Corsairs are chasing around the Peasant Bowmen, stopping them from doing any Peasant Bowman type things. But still, the Dark Elves are in dire straits. Cold and Dread Knights, even with Murderous Prowess, are going to rout in front of the Grail Knights who push them off. And now, the Siren of Red Ruin is surrounded by full health Hippogriff Knights who are currently getting an overcasted regrowth to make sure they never take any damage ever. And they are tearing apart that Siren. The Black Knights Dark Elves, not the Black Knight Dark Elves. Well, I guess that still would have worked, but anyway, whatever. I had the Cold One Knights in my head still as I started to say the Black Knight One Elves. Anyway, moving on. Dark Elves are in dire straits. The Bretonnians are just healing the shit out of everything. The Grail Knights are going to clean up the rest of the map, it looks like. The Fan Enchantress, if you maybe snipe her out, possibly you could carry this game, but that's unlikely. Like, a full health Grail Knight and a full health Hippogriff Knight is probably too much to overcome, even if they don't have healing support. Fan Enchantress does take a lot of damage. Siren of Red Ruin is going to escape, but the Hippogriff Knights are upon her again. Knock her over. And this is actually pretty lore-friendly. I mean, there are falcons and hawks that eat snakes in the desert, so they're just doing what comes naturally to them, is they're going to body the Siren of Red Ruin and kill her off. A Soul Stealer is out from the Supreme Sorceress of Dark just to try and get a little bit of damage out. Healing herself, sure, but mostly just desperately trying to get damage on these super expensive units. Dark Elf's front line is in retreat in most places due to the cavalry support of Bretonnia. We do have some Cold One Knights winning the fight over here as a Chalice of Potions tries to catch them napping. Looks like one of them sees the writing on the wall and bails, while the other one is still stuck in the fight. As the Chalice comes down, does it get a good hit? Yes, it does. Killing both units, but for the Bretonnians who were already losing, that's fine. Knights of the Realm going to take a fight with the Cold One Knights. And the Cold Knights will win it. It's all about getting damage onto those guys. Just slow and steady damage so they're not around to kill your Grail Knights in the late game. Hippogriff Knights and the Grail Knights doing excellently versus the two Dark Elf single entities. And another overcasted regrowth onto the Hippogriff Knights is going to heal cap them. It was a one-shot. The deuce of shots are brutal now? Yeah, they are. I include Skaven in that statement. Skaven have better cavalry than Dark Elves. That's pretty funny, but... Having no cavalry, I don't know if that counts as better than Dark Elf cavalry. Game 1 goes to Segos. Bretonnia still pretty strong, despite the nerfs. Still pretty strong. The Bretonnian Grail units both got 2,000 value. Knights of the Realm overall paid for themselves with a little bit of extra change on the end. And then the archers, not great value, as Black Knight shut them down rather quickly, and then the peasants all just died horribly. On the side, Supreme Sorcerer's Dark got decent value, so did the Bloodrack Medusa, but the Cold One Knights did not win the Cav fight whatsoever. Not that I really expected them to, but just saying it did not come true. And the Blackrock Corsairs chewed through peasants, but that is not, unfortunately, enough to beat Bretonnia. GG, on to game 2. Rat Ogres are honorary Cav. Fair. They can throw hands with any unit. I don't necessarily hate that. I wish healing wasn't as strong. Rather than... See, that's more my problem. Then rather than constantly nerfing Bretonnia by giving them more cost, you know how way earlier in the stream we were talking about what kind of nerfs you want to see? I think for 1900 gold, okay, 1850, whatever. 1850 gold, Grail Knights of Bretonnia, the Blessed Knights, should be able to beat most cavalry in the game. Do they beat most cavalry in the game? Yes. I think Grail Knights, the monster hunters of Bretonnia of legend, should be able to beat up most large monsters that they run into. Do they beat up most large monsters they run into? Yes. Well then, human boy, why do you want Grail Knights nerfed? They're overpowered. Why can't we increase their cost? Because that's not really the problem. The problem is that you can heal them instantly. That Grail Knights can take a trade, lose half their HP, and then you just cast Regrowth, and they get back to full HP, Perfect Vigor, and they're fine. They take another bad fight, they get down to half HP, you cast another fucking Regrowth, and they're full HP, and they're fine. And you can do that for multiple Grail Knight type units. Because if we didn't have our custom restrictions, you could have like 3 or 4 Grail Knights running around. And you could just do that over and over again. Healing's my problem, not Grail Knights. Grail Knights are plenty countered, right? You can use Fate of Buna on them, you can spam Spirit Leech, you can use armor-piercing missiles, you can use your own armor-piercing cab, and while you lose the fight, you'll trade some damage. You can use monstrous infantry, which Grail Knights can still do well against monstrous infantry, trade back against them. That's the big thing, is there's lots of stuff that trades back against the Grail Knights, but the Grail Knights have fucking regrowth to just go like, anyway, boom, full health, and it sucks, and it's just awful. So I would want healing nerfs rather than Bretonnia's units nerfs. Because healing is not the most fun concept, but it's gotten especially old over the last like year and a half of healing being strong. Now, with the missile spell changes from the last patch, missile spells are a lot better. Gaze of Nagash, Shem's Burning Gaze, Gaze of Mork, the Ninja Stars of Eshin. So there's some other stuff getting buffs too. Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech are obviously very, very strong. So healing's not the only magic out there that's good, but healing has been in the top of the meta for so fucking long. I'm just like completely over it. Oh, good, I did something cool, and then you cast one spell, and it doesn't matter. That's fun and exciting. Should the Doom Wheel be reworked if the Steam Tank got reworked? Maybe, though I wouldn't make it unbreakable. Unbreakable Chariots with Infinite Mass is not a good idea, in my opinion. Just in general, I don't think it's a good idea. The new Steam Tanks are lit, and I think they're overall fun, but I don't think that they should be unbreakable. Because it's just, like, annoying. What if healing was nerfed by removing it entirely? This guy gets it. This guy gets it. You'd want some form of healing, so that taking elite units, you could give them any support whatsoever. You just don't want healing to be the prevalent thing. Saying regrowth should be buffed, yes. Is Fireball better? Not really, because it's not multiple spells. So the change was that when you used to fire missile spells, if you fired one spell, it targets target A. And if you fire one spell that has 4 bolts, all 4 bolts target A out of a unit. So if a unit's 120 guys, there's target A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all those things. But all of them would target A. And if your target died, the other 3 bolts would slam into his dead body and be wasted. Now the change that happened is each bolt rolls a dice and attacks whoever it rolls. So one's going for target A, one's going for target B, one's going for target F, one's going for target X. So then you have 4 times the damage because they're not overkilling a single plague bearer anymore. They're targeting 4 plague bearers. So theoretically 4 times the damage. Game 2 is going to be Beastmen versus Wood Elves, our first Wood Elves of the day. Black Knight is up against the ropes. Can one of the worst factions in the game lead him to tying up the series, or will Segos go fight Sipa in the finals? I will be right back. Right back. Dog needs to go outside. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh yeah. Too late to try and right? Yes, Flatter, we are in the semifinals right now. Sorry to say. All right, my timing is good. We are back for game 2. Can the Wood Elves get a god dang win? So I split the difference. I didn't say goddamn, but I also didn't say gosh dang. Worst of both worlds. Black Knight with his patented Durthu and Zotes. Durthu and Zotes. Look at that angry face. Gawk and Mork likes it. Of the Bloodpine Woods. For the Beastmen of Segos, he's going to move some stuff around, so I'll try and catch it all as he's moving it. We have a bunch of Centaurs and dogs. No Centaurs of Tzeentch for once. You usually see that when people take Beastmen, because Centaurs of Tzeentch are just such a good armor-piercing mobility option. We have our Butchers of Kalkengard, a bunch of Ungor Raiders, Malagor Dark Omen with just Flock of Doom. I really do like that Lord choice. He's usually my choice for Beastmen, too. A front line of Zongors. Straightforward. They also heal 1 or 24 miles at a time per tick. I feel like I came in halfway through a conversation, Zvim, so I'm just gonna plead ignorance and move on. I don't think you're talking to me. I think you're talking to somebody else in chat, so I'm sorry for interrupting. For the Wood Elves, we have 5 Dryads, 2 Deepwood Scouts with Shifter Shards, some Glade Riders of Spears, 4 of them, a Great Eagle, Tzeentch, the Loix Tricksters, War Dancers, Azrai, Spears. Does everything have to have an S in that? Does everything have to have an S? Just trip me up. Loix Tricksters, War Dancers, Azrai, Spears. And then Durthu, the big boy, the Chad, as we have a Flock of Doom mirror match. When playing setting up a tourney game, why is it not best to use unit caps as a base and still use the rules? What are you talking about? We do use unit caps as a base, but the fruit rules alters them slightly. Because CA's unit caps have issues. I don't know how many of these bugs have been patched, but for example, you used to be able to take unlimited Zongors. Like, Zongors were not a limited unit. With unit caps on, you could literally take 19. So that's obviously not great when every other unit in the game has normal caps, like you hit 5 and then it stops you. Also, Kislev chariots, the 360 shooting bear chariots, didn't used to count as chariots and didn't used to count as 360 units. You could take legitimately 8 of them instead of the normal thing. I think you can only take like 4 or 6. So, CA's unit caps just have enough bugs and inconsistencies that we made our own. Thanks, Jerami. I'm doing my best. Alright. The battle starts, and already we are deep into it as both sides have vanguarded a decent amount of troops. Dryads already getting into the thick of it. And Glade Rider is going to fight Centaurs. They will lose, and they will lose badly, but we'll see how quickly they lose if the Wood Elves can get some other things done in the meantime as Deepwood Scouts just delete some Ungor Raiders. And Glade Riders of Fears try to suicide dive these other ones, but Centaurs are quick to peel. And already the Glade Riders are gone. Beastmen are winning the frontline fight. They're winning the side fights as well. And I have to wonder, where is it going well for the Wood Elves? Because it doesn't look like it's going well anywhere. Balance power already shifting the Beastmen's favor. Damage value is strangely even. It doesn't look like it's even, but apparently it is. As Durthu chucks out his first Sword of Daith onto the Butchers of Kalkengard and the Zongors, lowering their armor a bit and dealing damage as the Zotes countercharge in with Flesh to Stone on them. They don't have any magic attacks to worry about from the Butchers of Kalkengard. And Dampen removes magic attacks from the Zongors. Actually, these guys are invulnerable right now. Not invulnerable, but, you know, tanky. Tanky as shit. Butchers of Kalkengard getting murked by the Loix Tricksters and the Great Eagle and the Zotes. Say goodbye to the very expensive Butchers of Kalkengard. And I earlier asked, where are the Wood Elves winning? Apparently right there and only right there. But man, they won that. As the Beastmen close in on the Deepwood Scouts, those guys are all going to die a horrible, horrible death. But so did the Butchers of Kalkengard. Can Durthu and the Zotes truly nut up and carry this whole game, or is it about to go to hell for them pretty darn fast? Wood Elves get some cav onto the backline, and more Centaurs and Dogs are coming over to once again try and bail out these Ungor Raiders who are routing for the second time. Another Ungor Raider has rallied in the distance. 2 more never routed in the first place. Durthu and the Wood Elves are just falling behind, however, and you are seeing some of their weaknesses in action. The Wood Elves are generally considered not a very good roster because their front line, pound for pound, their front line loses to most people, their cav loses to most people, their monsters lose to most people, and they only have semi-good archers, but they're not even, like, good enough to carry the whole roster over the finish line, so the Wood Elves just tend to trade down into most things. They're not unusable. No roster in the game is unusable, but with 2, like, very similarly skilled players, Wood Elves usually lose, just because their roster mathematically isn't as advantaged as other ones. Great Eagle's going to land it on some Zongors. And while the damage value is very similar, the balance of power is not. As we can see, most of the Wood Elf units have been routed off. It is just this little circle of strength that the Wood Elves have to rely on. As the Beastmen clean up everything else, they're going to get their archers back into the fight and start poking down. The Wardens of Sithril is probably going to be their first target. Centaurs can cycle charge after they've finished cleaning up the mess. And Malagor is going to spam Flock of Dooms on these guys. And that'll probably be the end. Plain paste, I believe that is legal, yes. It has been debated by the rules people, but I think we settled on it's fine. Is this live? Yes. Yes, as now the Wood Elves are waddling around trying to get some stuff done, but a Flock of Doom is going to start hitting these guys as I said it would. As prophesized. Butchers are trying to just heal up for now. Flock of Doom damaging the Zoats, damaging the Wardens, Loix Tricksters. I keep wanting to say the Wardens of Sithril, because that's the other one. It's the other ROR. Durthu is attacked by the Groghost of Wolf's Run. He's not going to take too much damage. He actually just throws a Flock of Doom over to get rid of some archers. Bonus cat stream? Yeah, we have a kitty cat. Look at him down there, being a man. Being a lad. Zode's still trying to fight back against Chaos Warhounds with some spear support. And I guess I shouldn't be too hasty. There's not a ton of anti-large left to really deal with Durthu, and he has plenty of blob punishment with the Sword of Daith and Flock of Doom. There's a big Sword of Daith down into all these clustered up units. Look at all that damage coming in onto these guys. Centaurs and dogs taking a ton of it. Followed up with a Flock of Doom to hurt them even further. And the Zoats have no bound spells left. They do get a big rout onto the Beastmen forces. Durthu is now surrounded by random garbage. He does have Groghoofs throwing at him. There are a bunch of archers still to deal with, but Durthu's doing okay. I do think the Beastmen are favored. I think the balance of power is a little overzealous right now. I get it, but also, like, the balance of power can't factor in that the Beastmen have very little that can deal with Durthu. Balance of power just looks at a unit's cost and what's still on the battlefield. Which, army losses is now Durthu's worst enemy. Flock of Doom's out from both sides. Doing some good damage as archers still trying to poke in, do some stuff. Zoats are going to shatter, and that might trigger army losses here soon to take Durthu with them. One or two more volleys from the archer should do it. There it is. That'll be GG, a 2-0 to Segos, and moving us on to our finals. Oh, I guess I don't get to look at the endgame screen. That's also fine. Whatever. Want to get tea and Mr. Mukau appeared? Yeah, he's a good lad. Where's Sipo's lobby? There it is. This is it. Finals! Who will win? Odium Segos or VOD Sipa? Tactical Lich, while you're here, I know this is a dumb thing to say. Well, not dumb thing to say. It's just casual, but we're waiting anyway. Would you be able to host new player tournament number 55 next week? You just pick a day and host it in the EU-friendly time zone? I'm going to be busy. I don't have a free day to stream it next week. The NA time zones are easier for me because I can maybe squeeze one in after work if I have to, but the EU time zone, I have to be home from work during the day to cast it, which means usually a weekend, which is not great. If you say yes, you should plug your channel. Or if you don't say yes, then still plug your channel. Like right here, right now. A brief little hi of who you are and what your channel is would be great. Because Tactilich is fucking amazing. Well, if he's going to host my tournament for me or not, he still should be posting his link any second here in the YouTube chat. You should go check him out. Tactilich does some replay casts, does some live streams, also does some more nuanced videos like little tactics or bug interactions or things like that. Good dude. His channel is criminally low on subscribers. Like, he's been around longer than me. He's been putting out good content for as long as I can remember. And, like, the algorithm just hasn't favored him, which sucks ass. So he really deserves some subscribers. And if you don't want to just blindly go subscribe to someone, that's fine. I get that. I would ask you to at least go to his channel and check out a video or two. And then if he's not your thing, then that's fine. But I would say at least just give him a shot. Because, like, he has been on this grind forever. And it's just a bad luck, a bad roll of the YouTube dice that he doesn't have more subs. It's horrible. Is there a VR mod for this game? Would be cool. POV of a unit in VR. I don't think there is a VR mod. That could be kind of cool. Don't lich a double like. I will ban myself. Tactical Lich. He just posted it above your comment, Faye. But a little known fun fact is we did a Jeopardy, if you know that game show. We did Warhammer 2 Jeopardy, and one of the hardest questions I posted was, what channel did I learn how to cast from? I did. It is a fun fact, and it is a fact. It's true. I used to watch Tactical Lich videos to practice casting replays. So I learned how to cast watching him. And now I'm spilling on myself. He's a good dude. Tequila Sunset's also in the chat. Another good streamer. He's newer. He's not newer to the game. He's been around forever playing and stuff, but he's recently started picking up streaming. Tequila, if you're still here, you can plug your shit as per usual. But, yeah. We should always promote those guys. More streamers, more events, more good shit. Or, if YouTube subscriptions ever start costing money and you only have one to give, then give it to me. Fuck those guys. Don't give them anything. It's all for me! Mine! I learned it from watching you! Both good, to be honest. Yeah, dude. Click on name, ban, or report. What do you want to do if you want to visit? Lich posted his link, but I can repost it for you here. All right, game one is Sipa's High Elves versus Sego's Tzeentch. They are working on it. Oh, Timid Berserker, I got you. Sorry, I misunderstood. It was me, Barry. I went back in time, made Shadows of Change sucks, so CA would overcompensate with Thrones of Decay and create the Thunder Barge. A Metaphys, that's such a good meme. You have a pretty high ratio of banger memes on my Discord. I don't always comment, but I see them all. The cat left, so I moved the camera back up. You guys don't get any more crotch angles. It's not that kind of stream. Alright, we're loading up for game one. High Elves versus Tzeentch. Sipa and Segos. Is there any types of units, Skaven, you'd want to get? That I have two answers to that question. If you focus in on get a new unit, I would want Rat Ogre Knights, quote unquote. Just this a more expensive Rat Ogre unit than the current Rat Ogres. Maybe give them a bit more armor, higher weapon strength, and melee attack, and have it be like Rat Ogres with Stormvermin with halberds on their back, and give them anti-large. Of course, they'd be a little bit more expensive, right? So I would want that. But that's get if we get a new unit. Otherwise, of the units we currently have that just need reworks, I think most of the single entity Molder monsters need reworks. The Brood Horror sucks. Not the mount. The mount is amazing. For the Packmaster of the Warlord, that's great. But the Brood Horror itself sucks. Mutant Rat Ogre sucks. And the Hell Pit Abomination sucks. Now, the Hell Pit and the Mutant Rat Ogres suck because their animations are terrible. And the Brood Horror sucks because its stats are terrible. So that's different. Some people point out to me, they're like, the Mutant Rat Ogre has really good stats, and like I got it to work in this one game. And I'm like, dude, I've taken it 10 games, and when it works 1 out of 10, that's not great. Because it has that jump animation that can take it past its target, so it just misses because it picked the wrong animation. Nothing to do with melee attack or melee defense. It just picked the wrong animation, so it jumped over the fucking target. Wow, cool unit. And then also, it can get knocked over by anything, but its jump animation, it can get knocked over during its jump animation, which is impressive coding. Good job, CA, on that front, I guess, but also makes my unit fucking useless if it uses the jump animation on something that's large, because if the large thing moves, he's gonna get knocked out of the air, like a Dread Saurian. I made a video about that thing sucking, and in that, the Dread Saurian just turned, and its tail swatted him out of the air, knocking him on his ass and, like, sending him flying. It's just like, oh, okay, great. This thing sucks. So it's just too inconsistent with the animations it's chosen. Its stat line is honestly fine. It just needs more consistent animations to use its stat line correctly. What about Storm Beams? That could be good. Yeah. If I got one choice, I would choose Rat Ogre Knights. FlyQuest and MSI? Why you gotta bring me down, Spirit of the Gorg? Why you gotta bring me down? That was so sad. I watched that this morning. If you didn't watch it, spoilers, but it was 12 hours ago, so I don't know where you've been. Marauders of Tzeentch and Zongors. We're transitioning into the game. Smooth transition here. For Segos' front line, Marauders of Tzeentch and Zongors mixed throughout 2 Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. We have a Changebringer, the first Changebringer of the day. And then 1 Screamer, the ROR. We have a Tzeentch caster with pink and blue fire, and then a Chaos Lord of Tzeentch with a Soul Grinder as well. On the other side, for the High Elves, we have some Dragon Princes, 2 Dragon Princes, 3 Dragon Princes, a Frostheart Phoenix, Eltharion the Grim, with his Mistwalker's Barrage, Apotheosis, and Tempest, and then a whole bunch of White Lions, one which is a Pure Main Company. Inspired in Elo Hell, NA lol. I didn't see Inspired doing too much that series either. No one was doing anything. FlyQuest just fucking AFK'd to lose. It was so annoying. I hate it. I hate it. They didn't try to make anything happen. They just accepted their death and sat around like idiots. Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this game that's right in front of me. As wow, the Frostheart's getting bodied right now. 2v1ing with the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch, but the Soul Grinder plus the Chaos Lord did do a lot of damage to the Frostheart Phoenix on the way. Changebringers for now staying safe and away from the Tempest of Eltharion and the flying units that could potentially chase it down. Mistwalker's Barrage goes through the flying fight to try and poke at some of the Chaos Knights, but the Chaos Knights don't quite take that much damage from it, and Apotheosis is trying to heal up the Frostheart Phoenix, who is currently on fire, reducing that healing. Altharion is still going to chase away the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch, and so far that was an amazing trade for Tzeentch. This guy took so little damage in it, and the Frostheart Phoenix just got massacred. Changebringers move up, and they are going to get a big shot onto clumped up Dragon Princes. Not a lot of damage, though, as they do have some serious fire resistance keeping them alive. 25% is nothing to scoff at. The Frostheart Phoenix is going to chase those guys off, slowing them down as it goes. But the Soul Grinder, very sneakily, is shooting at it, getting the Frostheart Phoenix almost to rout, as the Lord of Change is also going to try and chase over there. Now, Dragon Prince is supported by Altharion trying to fight off the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Can he get a Mistwalker Barrage down at a good angle into the Chaos Knights? That would be huge. But if it kind of goes this way... Oh, it is into them. Look at how much damage that is for just a constant 30-second cooldown thing that just happens. I love it. I'm not sick of it yet. I'm sure in a couple months I'll be sick of Mistwalker's Barrage, but for now it's great. Changebringer's still kiting out. The Pure Main Company and the Dragon Prince is doing really good damage. And the Frostheart Phoenix has died beneath the Disc Lord, who is currently doing the Tzeentch equivalent of teabagging him, and that's a little insulting, but okay. You do you, Tzeentch. What the hell is that? Another Tempest is out. Even though these guys aren't flying, it still affects them. Tempest affects a unit if it has the capacity to fly, not if it's currently in the air. So, these guys are getting damage. That is good poke, and Altharion is going to try and land. Damage value has evened up quite a lot, but the Changebringer still being uninhibited is going to be a problem. And the Frostheart Phoenix is no longer here to chase them around, so you'd have to dedicate Altharion to chasing them, which is a pretty tall ask, as they are currently blasting White Lions. That's a bunch of negativity. For the High Elves, what is going well? Altharion is still fine, and the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, I can't even find some of them. They got fucked up so bad. They're probably off the map already. The infantry of Tzeentch are also not doing great. We just have some Marauders and one unit of Zongors hanging out. But there's a 1/2 health Chaos Knight of Tzeentch, and then there's a Soul Grinder. But the Chaos Lord is down to half HP. The Changebringers are almost out of ammunition. So I would still rather be Tzeentch right now than the High Elves. I do think Tzeentch is favored in this exact game state, but I'm just saying it's not like it's all going peachy keen for them. Oh, there's another full health Zongor over here, I suppose. As the Changebringers light up some Dragon Princes who are trying to chase around the Soul Grinder. They are going to tear out any second now. Do they tear out off the map or away from the edge of the map? Because that will be a key distinction. But it looks like they're actually not going to tear out. They do manage to rally. The Altharion is also getting very low. He's now trying to land just to get away from the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch. Get down to his Dragon Princes, which one of them does tear out. Does it go towards the edge of the map? It's currently running parallel to it. And then they turn into the Soul Grinder to try and get to the edge of the map as quickly as possible. But they should be able to rally before they hit the side of the map. The High Elves are desperately hoping that they come back, and they do, but a Bolt of Change plus a burst from the Changebringer is going to try and knock Altharion out here. Big damage onto him. Apotheosis trying to heal him up, but he's currently on fire, reducing its effectiveness, and the Changebringers hit all these Dragon Princes, and a blue fire is out. It's all of the Lord Snipe onto Altharion. They're desperately trying to kill him. He's down to negative 15 leadership. He will rout right next to the edge of the map, taking him off, and when he's gone, the Dragon Princes will probably follow, and a nasty Lord Snipe combination from Tzeentch, and the Changebringers with their final volley damage the Dragon Princes, trying to get them off the map as Altharion has left. It's all Tzeentch now. Oh, the Changebringers had another volley. I honestly thought they were out of ammunition. But that is GG. High Elves have lost everything besides a couple White Lions of Grace, and, like, there's just no way that infantry can beat... Pure infantry can beat single entities and cav advantage, especially with flying cav, so anything that routes just gets run off the map, and the Soul Grinder can kite them, and spells can kite them and stuff. It's just going to be too brutal. Army losses hits, and Segos goes up 1-0. Changebringer is good. White Lions of Krace mostly just walked after the Tzeentch forces. Dragon Princes did okay. Altharion did alright. What? What? No. What? It got 0 value. 0. None. No value. Changebringer's 2,000 value, Soul Grinder 1,500, Chaos Lord 1,600, but no one cares about any of that shit. No one cares about any of that shit. 0? 0 value. I need to go see it. I need to go see it for myself. We're gonna go watch that again. 0. It never hit? I was talking about it didn't hit him the whole fight. It didn't hit him the whole fight, but it also didn't hit anybody ever? Literally 0. That's insanity. Okay, we're watching just this fucking thing. Okay, wait. So, I do want to follow it, but at times 2 speed. Okay. How do you not hit anything? That doesn't hit. That doesn't hit. That doesn't hit. Or wait, is he even hitting or is he just staggering? I don't know, but he hasn't hit this whole time. And then he lands in Zongors. None of that did any damage? And he's chasing Changebringers. Fair, he can't catch them, I guess. And then he lands in his own White Lions. And he never swings back against the Screamers. He didn't hit anything? He didn't hit a single time! The Spirit of the Gorg, Frostwar Phoenix, was on a fly quest? You just keep hurting me while I'm down, Spirit, don't you? Don't you? That's so funny. All right. We're not gonna get to this, so I'll leave it. All right, let's go find Sipa's game. I'm gonna put the blocker up before we join, because now they might have started on builds. Sipa. All right. They haven't even changed factions, so we didn't miss anything. Spirit, you're great. Thank you for the donation, too. Radiant Ash and their viewers just joined. Radiant Ash, I was just talking mad shit about you. I was out here saying how I'm going to beat you in 3 turns of our campaign. 3 turns. Turn 1. Buy Skaven slaves. Turn 2. Turn 3, profit. NA getting out of groups. NA speedrun 0%. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. I forget who. If you're still in my chat, whoever proposed that, I'm sorry for taking credit for your idea. But someone did propose that I just kite you on the campaign map and charge up the Eshin faction ability until I get the one that at the very end where I can just delete a faction from the game. So I hit up Radiant Ash. I say, hey, you want to do a 1v1 campaign for content? It'll be fun. Radiant Ash says sure. And then we do an 8-hour stream of me just running away like a little bitch until I get an army passive that just deletes her from the game. That would be worth her time. She'd be so happy she agreed to do content with me. You think you can wound Gelt via Eshin actions, but I need to double check. Might not be an early ability either. Yeah, probably. I don't play a lot of campaigns, so I'll probably load up Snitch's campaign and just take a look at things and at least make like a 10-turn game plan. Just so I'm not pathetically out of my depth. Because Ash is going to be a lot better than me on the campaign map. In-game, it's probably going to be evened up a bit more. I mean, it's not like she's a bad player. She's good. She knows how to play campaign. She knows how to win battles. But I'll definitely be able to hold my own much more on the field of battle. It'll just be on the campaign map where my chat's going to be yelling at me again saying, like, why didn't you use your paladin to block actions 3 times a turn on turn 6? And if you take this settlement but sack it instead of raising it or something, you'll get 65 more experience. And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Time to practice single player for the head-to-head? Yeah. I'm just trying not to embarrass myself. Worst case, you can't do worse than that, Phoenix. Can I have your name and do impersonation? Credit card fraud on you as a prank. Sick prank, bro. I lost my house. That's a terrible way. Oh boy. Should be fun. Another thing that would not help Ash at all, but another thing she could do is do the Gelt thing where, like, you take, don't you take one of Zhao Ming's settlements, well, one of the Burning Winds nomad settlements, and then Zhao Ming offers to, like, send you back to the normal empire? She could do that and just, like, fuck off, and then we're worlds apart. But if I already made diplomatic contact with her, then I could use the tier 5 ability from Stitch and delete her. Even when she's in the Empire. But he didn't deny it. Did you sell your house? Nah, we've always been renters. Just living that rent life. You wanna know how much money I make off YouTube? Strat Game donates on average about $30 a stream, if I average it out. I stream once or twice a week, so let's average it out to about $45 a week from Strat Game. I make $45 a week. That is the only money. None of the other donations reach me. The ads YouTube plays, I get nothing. Just nothing. It's just Strat Game. You sure that works on human players, the snitch ability? I'm assuming it would, but I don't know. If it doesn't, then I'm in real trouble. Does tier 5 work against the Changeling, though? Isn't the Changeling, like, stupid hard to kill? Because he has a weird campaign. Game 2 is Grand Cathay versus Dark Elves. Actually, something kind of cool did happen to me the other day. I got my first offer for a YouTube, none of the other donations were each you. I was joking, NP. I was completely joking. The other donations do reach me, and they're very much appreciated. I was just being a shitter. Anyway, I got my first offer to do, damn it, why am I forgetting? Sponsorship. I said no in the end. It was for, like, an AI voice creation website. But I took a look at it, and they were offering me, like, $100 to do, which is a fine amount of money. But they wanted me to do a YouTube short, a YouTube video of 1 minute and 30 seconds in length. And that had to be the video, not like at the start of the video. The whole video is I post on my channel and I say, try out this voice thing. That's it. No Warhammer content following it. And I was like, I don't know. That's not enough money to do that kind of thing. Because I'd maybe plug it, depending on what it is. And I looked into the product. It looked legit. You know, it wasn't some weird-ass scam. It had pretty good reviews on, like, the iPhone App Store. And the fact that it's on the iPhone App Store is also like, yeah, okay, it's probably not a scam. Could be, but probably not. Pretty good reviews on that and stuff, but anyway, I didn't want to do 2 standalone videos because that wouldn't get nearly as many clicks as my normal content does, and I'm not a big enough channel that I can take that kind of algorithm hit. If I fuck up and post a bad video, it hurts, and it hurts for multiple weeks because YouTube drops you like a sack of bricks when you're not Turin. Because you hit a certain threshold and your own momentum can keep you going. But when you're a small channel, if you hit a wave, you got to keep putting out bangers as long as you can. Because when you eventually trip and fall, and you will, I can see it in my analytics. Like, it falls off. YouTube stops recommending you. So, anyway. I didn't want to hurt my metrics for just like $100 and also just make shitty content. Again, if it was like, yeah, just throw a promotion on the front of one of your videos, that's fine. But a standalone video, that's no one's gonna want to click on that. That's fine. I wouldn't want to either. I don't click on videos that are just ads. But anyway, the reason it was good news is I mean, it's kind of nice. It's nice to get the offer for a sponsorship. Then you're like, oh, that's cool. Raid Shadow Legends. I've seen streams with 100k subs say the same. Alright, yeah. Can't confirm with the algorithm shenanigans. You gotta be real careful with the algorithm. You gotta pay attention, you gotta play nice. We are in the grand finals. We are entering game 2 soon. Looking behind the blocker, the Grand Cathay build is currently at 0 gold spent. Just kind of switching around some units here and there, but Sipa does have his build mostly together. And Segos is currently in the negative, so he's trying to make some money work. But just letting you know, we're very close to starting the game. If you're getting impatient. If you are hoping for the stream to end, you are rooting for Segos and the Dark Elves to beat the Grand Masters of Cathay. If you want to see a Game 3, you're rooting for Grand Cathay to get their first win of the day, which, fair. We saw them once today and they did lose, so technically 0-1. Does the existence of a tactical lich imply that there's an operational lich and a strategic lich? Ugh. You know what sucks? Speaking of the algorithm stuff, I am so excited. If the rumors are true about Red Alert 2 getting remastered soon, I would play the shit out of that. That was like my favorite game as a kid, and I would be so curious to see how competitive multiplayer works now that I am not a literal child. Because I think I played a little bit of online way back in the day, but I was, I don't know, 10, 11 or something, so I obviously just got my ass handed to me over and over again. But I am pretty sure that I would not get good crossover viewership from that. So I don't know if I would want to burn bridges on my channel, algorithm-wise, to cover that game. But God, I want to. It'd be so good. Okay, do I just set up a turning page here? Hope it does not go the way of Warcraft 3 remastered. It hopefully won't. Red Alert 1 remastered was... Red Alert 1 remaster was pretty good. They just made it work again on newer PCs and updated the graphics, but they didn't upgrade the AI pathing, so the AI was still really dumb, but that's fine. I figure I'll just copy a new player tournament. Yeah. Lich is asking me questions. So if you go to Content Manager, Tournament, create new entry in the top right. Turn all the switches to off. Put your description in the bottom. Change your tournament type to whatever you want. Title, start time, and an image in JPEG. It only accepts JPEG. It should be pretty self-explanatory. All right, I was answering Lich's questions while we all wait for the game to start. Live streams grew, though. I remember when it was like 50 was a good stream. Dude, 50. Spirit of the Gorg? That was maybe 2 weeks ago. I don't know why we're currently sitting at 200. I'm fine with it, but I don't know where this came from. We used to be... So before Thrones of Decay came out, I had been streaming for 3 years. Yeah, we're just hitting 3 years. So I've been streaming for about 3 years. And my average live streams were 45 viewership in the NA time zone and about 78 in the EU time zone. So if I stream in the middle of the day my time, I'd get about 78 viewers. Was my average. And then we did the early access Thrones tournament where we got up to 330, average 330. And my previous lifetime best was 121. We got up to 330. So that was insane. And then it just like hasn't really slowed down. Today we're getting about, if I look at the metrics right now, it says 210 average, but that usually goes down a little bit as the stream starts to peter off. I don't know. I guess people are hype about Thrones. That seems like the obvious answer. But we've had previous DLCs, like the Chaos Dwarves and Shadows of Change, and I didn't get this many viewers, so we'll take it. I'll just be mad and petty about it. I'll passive-aggressively keep commenting that you guys are Fairweather fans and don't actually care about the channel since it's just showing up now, but, like, yeah, I mean, other than that, it's fine. It's fine. We're happy to have you. I mean, you could have been here 2 or 3 years ago, but we're happy to have you now. You know, it's better late than never. I don't hold a grudge. I just remember names and faces, and I have a strong bias towards people that were here for me when I wasn't super popular, but it is whatever. Oh, I advertise on all the Discords is why. It's true, dude. Black Knight's hard carrying me. Good atmosphere permeates all corners of the fan base. Like, earlier in the stream, when I got my butt kicked by Hanadins, was I salty? Hell yeah, dude. I'm a salty loser. I know that. I acknowledge it, and I do try to go out of my way and acknowledge when my opponents played well, even though I lost like a salty little bitch. But overall, this DLC has been amazing. It has been fantastic. There are balance issues. Of course, there are. Some things need to be nerfed. Some things need to be buffed. But overall, for a launch DLC, CA is killing it. Because they are famous. If you haven't been a part of the multiplayer community for long, they are famous for the DLC is going to launch. It's going to be horrendously unbalanced, but it'll be kind of fun to play with the broken toys until they balance it, and then we'll have a couple patches of good balance, and then they'll launch another DLC that breaks everything, but it's kind of cool to play with the fun new toys, and then they'll balance it over a couple patches. This is the best on-launch balanced patch I have ever seen. It's pretty close to being balanced. Close. For a launch patch. Never forget, never forgive. Yes, that's elephant. Definitely not dwarfs. I joined the community to find a streamer that knew the difference between Satang and Lambo. It's Yanbo, not Liambo. You tried to trick me into being wrong. Turtle Punch, new player tournaments every week, dude. You're here now. Welcome, welcome. We have a game to cast. I can't keep talking to you people, even though you are interesting and funny. For Grand Cathay, we have 2 Crowmen, one of which is the Empress Crowman, the ROR, 2 Grand Cannons of Cathay, some Jade Warrior Crossmen, and then an entire front line of Peasant Longspears and Jade Warriors with Jade Warrior Halberds. Remember that all of the Jade Warrior blank units took -10 armor in the last patch. Not a huge nerf, but it is a nerf. The other side, for Segos, we have a Supreme Sorceress of Shadows with Pendulum and Melkoths, Crows of Cain, Siren of Red Ruin, and then a bunch of Dark Shards. Dark Riders, Bleak Swords, Sisters of Slaughter, and all that stuff. But the Dark Shards are going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Oh, we have Zhao Ming. How could I forget Zhao Ming? Not Zaytang, not Yambo. Zhao Ming. I know what Yambo's name is. I just thought of the wrong character. It's not that I don't know who he is. I'm stupid, not dumb. Anyway, Cathay is doing their best to remake the D-Day invasion. As the Sisters of Slaughter... Actually, yeah, this is an exact remake of the D-Day invasion. As the Americans charge up the beach naked with their titties out. This is exactly what happened. It's just history. Look it up. Read a book. Crows of Cain are going to finish off the Onyx Croman, though. Bail out Dark Shards from their fate while the Grand Cathay Cannons still fire in. And it is a very tough start for the Dark Elves here. Look at the damage value. Sippa's up 3,000 compared to 850 of the Dark Elves, as they just can't even get into range. Sippa's just running good blocking. Onyx Croman blocking up some of these guys. Zhao Ming blocking up some of these guys as the Dark Elves slowly filter in and just get torn apart by the Cathay guns. It's really brutal. Shades are here now trying to get some work done. Segos is starting to claw back some damage value, but he's already lost 2 Sisters of Slaughter. He's already lost a bunch of Bleak Swords. Can he even come back from that? It's Mao Jing. We do have the Onyx Croman getting Melkos Mystifying Miasma as they try to run away. Crows of Cain will catch him and should be able to finish those guys off, and then they should be able to land in the Grand Cannons and knock them out. That will be really good for the Dark Elves, because there's no Jade Lancers or anything that can sweep through here quickly and knock them out. There's no Iron Hail Gunners either that can really punish them fast. Looks like Golden Dread Knights are also trying to take advantage of that. So now that the Dark Elves are in the box, they can do a lot of damage, but damn you, Crows of Cain, you tear out just as you finally got to your objective, you cowards! They're actually Canadians, whatever. Golden Dread Knights are in here. They really shouldn't be fighting Zhao Ming. They need to stop all of these range units. It's much more important than trying to deal a little bit of damage to the Grand Cathay Lord. And other Golden Knights are also trying to get in here. Dark Rider's getting in here too. Segos is trying to claw this game back. He's down 2-1 in damage value, but maybe he can come back in. And as the Siren of Red Ruin is kiting a little bit, Sisters of Slaughter are getting deleted, and a big pendulum goes through some Jade Warrior crossbows that were already taking damage. Grand Cannons need to be stopped as they're trying to fire at the Siren of Red Ruin. We've already lost 2 Jade Warrior crossbows. The third one is under duress. And as I've learned more and more, despite their amazing stats, Grand Cathay Infantry really suck at winning games. They're just good at holding forever, but if you lose everything besides Grand Cathay Infantry, they'll, like, always lose. No matter how good their stats are, they can't kill anything. Dark Riders get a good flank on the Grand Cannon's going to try and shut down one of them. But the Peasant Spears and Zhao Ming should be able to peel for this. Should. As the cannons still continue to hurt the Siren of Red Ruin, we do have some Sisters of Slaughter who have rallied back to the fight and are trying to get their way out of all these Jade Warrior Halberds. They are very outmatched in the health department, however. Balance of power is stabilized from terrible to just bad. Bleak Sword's still taking a bit of damage. Golden Dread Knights are avoiding halberds for now as the Crows of Cain have returned to the fight. Dark Riders run away from the Peasant Longspears, and as soon as the Peasant Longspears give up the chase, they swoop back in to make sure that Grand Cannon goes off the map. Cannot let it come back. Grand Cannon still have 4 out of 4 models, though the Crows of Cain are trying to kill them off. Zhao Ming will dive in and probably tear out them again. It's been a while since they tear out it, so yeah, their immunity wore off. But the Siren of Red Ruin was taken out. That is really bad for the Dark Elves. He needed that thing's ammunition to kill off all these Jade Warriors and stuff in the late game, so the cannons are going to kill it on the way out, or at least shatter it. Can the Dark Elves win without the Siren? They don't have a lot of their range left. This Grand Cannon did not actually get routed off the map. Looks like the Dark Riders bailed on it, instead went for these Jade Warrior crossbows. Too little too late, I'm afraid. Sippa is still up 2-1 in damage value, and considering how late in the game we are and how much damage value he has, I really don't see the Dark Elves coming back from this. As Zhao Ming tries to peel the Dark Riders off his Grand Cannons with a nice big old breath attack. Golden Knights will try and fight the Grand Cannon for a little bit. They'll probably kill the models, though I think the damage has most likely been done. The Dark Elves are completely out of strength. They have a couple super wounded Dark Shards. Everything else is nearly dead, and then you have a Caster Lord. That's really it. The enemy still has Zhao Ming. We have a bunch of spears and halberds and some archers still. Still cannons. You're still going? Hell yeah. We're almost done. This is the second to last game, since at this point I really don't see how the Dark Elves win it. That means we're going to game 3. Zhao Ming shatters off the Sister of Slaughter. Somehow the balance of power keeps getting better for the Dark Elves. I don't see how that is. By better, I just mean like from army losses to fine-ish. What is the double cannon for? They were poking out the Siren of Red Ruin. They could also do well against Scourger and Chariots. They can do pretty good damage versus Cold One Knights and stuff. They're just good poke to get the Dark Elves to come fight you. Because Dark Elves can try and Shade Kite or Dark Shard Kite most Cathay boxes unless you bring artillery to punish the Dark Elves for not hurrying up and coming to fight you. Dark Shards get in range to start poking at the cannons themselves, which is good, because then Dark Shards will do a lot more damage to the actual cannon models and kill them off, and then it doesn't matter if the crew is still around, because they just won't have any cannons to pilot. And there you go, they're all dead. So that cannon's useless. This cannon still has 2 models left. I mean, Segos is scrapping back pretty good, but like, what kills Zhao Ming that you have? Nothing. Grand Cannon's still trying to take out the last of the Cold and Dread Knights as they get a quick charge onto the Jade Warrior crossbows. That'll knock those guys off the map and give the Cold and Dread Knights some leadership, but something has to be done about these 2 cannons because those guys are really threatening the Dread Knight's existence. More Dark Shards are pushed off by Zhao Ming, who is now coming over to say hello to those meddlesome Dread Knights. Melkot's Mystifying Miasma onto the Jade Warriors. It's the Shadows Casters. Probably gonna have to take off soon. I wonder if she's trying to bait a big pendulum onto all these units clumped up, maybe, if they all go for it at the same time. I could see it. Either that or she doesn't have the Winds of Magic because she's been spamming out Melkots, but if you're gonna use Pendulum, now would be a great time. Okay, so it looks like it wasn't to bait. She just doesn't have the Winds of Magic to punish it. If she terrorize away from Zhao Ming, army losses is going to hit. She's way too much of the balance of power to hold this army together while routing. Zhao Ming gets a good breath attack onto the Dark Shards, doing pretty darn good damage. The Sorceress is going to terror out, and that'll be army losses for the Dark Elves. GG. Game 3! We don't stop. We don't quit. But if I don't get a nap, I will have a fit. I will. Zhao Ming, 2,800 value. Very good. Cannons, one of them only got 400 value. The other one, 1,800. Great stuff. Jade Warrior Halberds did fine. Croman got wrecked, but they did delay the Dark Elf advance while the cannons and crossbows fired on their front line. And then Jade Warriors and Peasant Longspears just got rolled, but they took forever to die. Supreme Sorceress of Shadows did fine. Siren of Red Ruin did not get a lot of value because she was shot by cannons. Dark Shards didn't do amazing. Dark Riders did fine. GG. Last game, no matter what. It's okay versus Grand Cathay because Jade Warrior formations are so tight. Pendulum's good now? Oh, that's what you were answering. Pendulum's okay. But yes, Olaf is pointing out that it's better versus tight formations, so like High Elves and Grand Cathay are ideal targets. Skaven are based on the Italians that put pineapple on pizza. I'm not one of those people that hates pineapple on pizza because I've never tried it, but it just sounds gross. I'm one of those people that hates pineapple on pizza because I have tried it, and it is gross. If you like it, that's your prerogative, and that's fine. But you're wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself. This stream has had 2,500 views overall. That's kind of crazy. We might hit 10k subs someday. Well, shit. I accidentally just closed my live stream. So now I need to pull that back up because I need it to see chat. There we go. Irritable Badger, welcome to Warp Fire Thrower. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Give me that money. I need a second Benz. If I don't have a Benz for every Rolex, what's even the point of living? Okay. I'm actually, like, so fucking rich. You guys have no idea. The other day I went to Chipotle. I said, extra guacamole, please. And the lady at the front counter said, this is a Burger King. And I said, I don't care what the cost is. They threw me out. That's how rich I am. A fellow pineapple pizza hater. Fuck yeah. You should put a pot of hummus as a mascot. I love hummus. I discovered that hummus was a food about 5 years ago. Never turned back. Hummus is amazing. Mr. Moneybags here. I was going to say something serious, but then I forgot what it was in the shenanigans. Oh, yeah. We're at 9.3k subs, which is great. Not complaining at all. I'm so excited to hit 10k. I feel like my life's going to change at that point. Everything will be different. I mostly want to catch up to Rubber Duck of War because, let's see. This is nothing against him. It's just a metric. So I'm not shaming the man, but he quit YouTube 1 year ago was his last video. 1 year ago was his last video, and he still has 1,000 more subscribers than I do. And I am sick of being beaten by a man who literally isn't here. I want to pass him. Because he's not... The goalpost isn't moving. He hasn't made a video in a year. How good is the Chipotle? Seeing as how I got thrown out of a Burger King, I'd say not good. Whatever happened to him, he used to be pretty prolific. I think his channel wasn't growing fast enough for it to be his career, and he had other things he wanted to do in his life, so he didn't have time to like keep spending on making YouTube content, which completely makes sense. Yeah. Nothing really happened. He just moved on with his life, you know? Duck was a cool dude. I mean, we got lucky. Got a sweet new job, too. Hell yeah, Crowd Metal. I actually didn't know that. Looks like game 3 and the final game of the day is going to be Tzeentch versus Britannia. But, yeah, we barely dodged that bullet, so I wasn't sure if I would be able to keep streaming coming into this year, because I moved. So, for anyone who doesn't know, since a lot of you are, you know, there's 200 people here, like we said, our average used to be 78, so most of you don't hang around often. My old job when I was streaming was I worked at the Mayo Clinic, and I did test development. But my job was more of, you need to get this test up and running in 3 months. Because I would take a molecule. This super short version is a new drug would come out. A chemical company would make one, and it's a pharmaceutical. And they would go, hey, we want to give this to patients. But you need to be able to find the current dosage in their blood, urine, or, in the worst case, feces. Because that's how you dose somebody, right? You give them a test dose, and then you have them come back in a couple weeks and see where their blood levels are at or whatever. And if their body is retaining a lot of the drug, you don't want to keep giving them that dosage because they'll build up more and more and they'll overdose. So my job was to take these new pharmaceuticals and be able to devise a test to take, like, the cup you pee in when you're at the hospital. Just take that urine and isolate it down to just that compound and find how much is still in you. That was my job. But I operated on the long scale. So when I was streaming, I could be like, hey, I'm going to go in. I'll go in tonight and I'll stream during the day, and I'll go in at night and work on my things, or maybe I'll go in on the weekend and I can stream during the week or something. It was much more flexible, so I could kind of stream as I wanted to. Well, then we had to move for reasons that are too long to go into in this build screen. But for reasons that don't really matter to you, we had to move. So I got a new job, and now I study, well, I don't study, I find PFAS, the perfluorinated carbons, that are in certain parts of drinking water, and they cause cancer, so we need to get them out of the drinking water. So I work for the state of Minnesota, but I'm back on a normal 9-to-5 schedule. So I can't just come home and stream and flex around my work schedule. I have to be at work at these times, and I have to be there. So I was honest, it was a real outcome that I could have, depending on the job I got, I couldn't stream anymore. And luckily for me, I haven't streamed much recently because I've been working those 9-to-5s, but that was just while I was training. This job has flexible hours, so I'm opting into a 4-10 schedule, 4 shifts of 10 hours apiece. And every Wednesday I'll have off work, so every Wednesday I'll stream. So I'll stream every Wednesday, and then most weekends. Obviously, if I'm like out of town doing something, I can't stream that weekend, but so we'll still be streaming. It will be less than you guys are probably used to, because again, with that flexible work schedule, I could stream like 3 or 4 times a week, and now it's down to like 2. But life happens. You take people's piss home with you? That's pretty cool, man. O is the best. I didn't go to the grocery store for like months. COVID was your fault? That's a closely held trade secret. Logic also. Yeah. Lord Catachin! I do remember you. I remember you. I never forget a friendly face. I actually do. How you doing, man? You hopping back in the Thrones of Decay, or are you still on permanent retirement? You have like the same job as partner, mass spec, looking for persistent organic contaminants, PFAS, dioxins, etc. Yeah, it's a very big field right now, especially in Minnesota. They got a ton of funding. So the department I'm working in went from 4 people to 23, and they're still hiring. So currently we're at 8. So they're still trying to hire a bunch more people, and they got me trained in. Last game of the day. This is the final of the finals. Sipa and Segos, Tzeentch and Bretonnia. Who takes it home? He puts the chemicals in the water to make the frogs gay. That's illegal. You can't do that. You can't poison frogs. Very based. My stream schedule is basically the opposite. I don't have to compete with you for views. Cool. Nice sunset. Love that for you. Seems there's a ghost behind you. Nothing for you to worry about. Yeah. He's a friendly ghost, though. He helps with my production. It's the final game of the day. Segos on his Bretonnia. We saw him defeat Black Knight with the Bretonians. On the other side, Sipa's Tzeentch. We have seen Tzeentch doing overall very well today. Can they beat the beloved sons of the Lady in the Lake? We have 4 Centaurs of Tzeentch. A front line of Zongors and Marauders of Spears. We have the Sour Guts. Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch with pink and blue fire, and then his Sword of Change that summons a Chaos Spawn. 2 Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch and the Shrieking Skyrays. A very simple, straightforward, strong build versus Bretonnia. I like it a lot. It's good. It's well put together. Get Trounced in training matches today, but took one win with Solatish, so maybe. You playing Dom or land battles these days, Cat? Or both? On the other side for Bretonnia, we have a bunch of peasant bowmen. With very little front line to defend them. Just 5 peasant mobs to defend 6 peasant bowmen. On the ground to try and keep them safe without infantry, we have 2 Knights of the Realm. Up in the sky, we have 2 Pegasus Knights, a Royal Hippogriff Knight, King Lewin, and the Damsel of Life with just regrowth. Why did the rules of Grail Knights went from 1 to 2? People were worried we were being overly harsh on Bretonnia, considering how many other OP factions there were in the game. It did, like, their argument, which I disagreed with, but whatever. Their argument was that there's so many things stronger than Bretonnia right now that why bother nerfing Bretonnia in our rules? And we had a vote among me and my admin team of what should be done, and the vote went to give Bretonnia 2 Grail units instead of 1 total. You know, I voted against it just because I hate casting Bretonnia, Grail Knight, and healing spam. But I'll honor the votes, even if I lose. And to be fair, Segos' build just has 1 Grail unit. It's the Royal Hippogriff Knights. All land battles today, but I'll try both. Land battles are for nerds. You're a nerd! No, I'm kidding. Do whatever you want. It's fine. Pink Fire Sorcerer running up. I wonder if he's going to overcast Pink Fire on some Peasant Bowmen and try and just delete them, or if he's going to save his Winds of Magic for Blue Fires and spam them on, like, the Hippo Knights or something. I don't know. How you guys doing? Good. This is the last game. This is the grand final of the grand finals. Why wasn't I invited to this vote? Because you're all about forest camping, KB. I remember your opinions on the forests, and I disagree. Alright, Peasant Bowmen starting off onto the Forces of Tzeentch. The Forces of Tzeentch do have to move up because they do not have nearly the ranged prowess that 6 Peasant Bowmen of Bretonnia have. So the Marauder Spears are still trying to get into the fight as they get completely pelted on their way in. King Lewin is a Grail unit. Yeah, but, like, the custom limits we have on our Discord server is, like, 2 Grail Knights, 2 Grail Guardians, 2 Hippogriff Knights, or any combination thereof. Centaurs of Tzeentch trying to find their way in, but don't want to sprint into the peasant mobs. It's not that the peasant mobs will do that much damage to them, but it'll hold them in place while the Bretonnian Knights get a counterpunch. As the Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Tzeentch, is trying to just disrupt some of the archers. I wonder if he'll throw out his Chaos Spawn behind the Hippogriff Knights or if he'll save it for later. But Lewin is playing a dangerous game. Landing in Centaurs and the Shrieking Sky Rays, he can take a lot of damage. I remember casting a game from Strat Game where he beat Bretonnia last patch before Bretonnia was even nerfed by catching Lewin on the ground in Centaurs as this tree absolutely loses its fucking mind to my right. But Pegasus Knights in the background are getting rolled. Both of them are getting just absolutely destroyed by the Centaurs right now. And that is a bit of a disaster for Bretonnia. But Lewin, with the Hippogriff Knight supporting him, is doing fine. Balance of power is about even, but Tzeentch is falling behind on the damage value. And Bretonnia has a ton of healing, much like the Vampire counts, so you really don't want to be behind them in damage value, as it's only going to get worse for you. Both Pegasus Knights are routing and beyond the point of all hope. And a Chaos Spawn comes out. While the Hippogriff Knights are in a bad situation, the Hippogriff Knights are taking a lot of damage. Now they'll get trapped in by the mass and weapon strength of the Chaos Spawn. Looks like they're trying to get a Regrowth Overcast to keep them in it, but they are on fire from the Sour Guts, reducing that healing by 50%. That was such a good addition by CA, and it wasn't even this patch. I've been talking about how amazing the Thrones of Decay patch is, but it was actually last patch, or 2 patches ago, that made On Fire reduce the amount of healing you get, and it's so nice. I could be incorrect on that, but anyway, just saying. Being on fire, reducing your healing, amazing. Good stuff. So the Hippogriff Knights are routing. They have 9 out of 12 models, and they are still receiving healing, so they can come back stronger than ever before. But for now, it is a good turn of events for Tzeentch. Sippa is caught right back up to Segos on the damage value. He's pulling ahead on the balance of power, and can Bretonnia hold on long enough to out-heal Tzeentch? Or will they just get ground into the dust? Knights of the Realm getting routed off. The Pegasus Knights were already pushed off the battlefield, so it looks like Bretonnia is down to just the Hippogriff Knights and Lewin. The Hippogriff Knights will be back. They'll be fine. For the Forces of Tzeentch, now let's stop talking about how great they are and maybe realize that they're in a little bit of trouble. That full health Chaos Spawn isn't real. It'll fade away. We do have a full health Skirmish Cav unit running around. That's quite nice. And a full health Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch. Other than that, that's about it. Tzeentch is taking some severe damage in these trades, and I think once the Chaos Spawn desummons, and if the Hippogriff Knights get another heal, I could actually see the bounce power swinging the other way back into Bretonia's favor. Hippogriff Knights are going to land and tear out away the Centaurs of Tzeentch, and they are getting regrowth as we speak. That was what we were waiting for Bretonia to stay in this game, and they are not on fire right now, so that healing is completely unmitigated. But just as I say it, they get the Warp Flame from the Rauder Horsemen of Tzeentch setting them on fire, and Centaurs charge in. And if these guys don't get any support, which they're not, the Centaurs could tear them apart. Looks like they are going to take big damage, and without them, Bretonia probably doesn't have the gusto to win this game. So the Hippogriff Knights getting in over their brisket. I didn't realize what word I was walking into, so we just had to finish it out and hope for the best. Tzeentch does prevail. Sipa takes the tournament in a very close 2-1 series, well played to both players. Hovering through the values, I don't see anything too shocking right now. The Pegasus Knights kind of floundered and died. As soon as they landed, the Centaurs of Tzeentch just ran them down. Reducing fire healing has been things since launch. Oh. I didn't know that, actually. I thought they added it recently. You learn something every day. All right. If you feel like it, you can subscribe to the channel. We would love to have you. We host a new player tournament every week, though sometimes our lovely other streamer friends cast it, but on our Discord server, there's always a new player tournament every single week. We also host big, super hype, amazing, sweaty tryhard tournaments, as you just saw. I also sometimes get to play the game and just talk about those. There's also a replay uploaded every single day, or a bug video, or a DLC video, or something like that. But there's a video every day at 8 a.m. So, it's a good channel. You should subscribe if you feel like it, or don't. But if you don't, then YouTube doesn't care about me. It's true. YouTube loves subscribers, but if you don't get subscribers, they don't give a shit about you. Let's find a stream to raid, shall we? Live. Who's playing Warhammer right now? PZA Total War. Does he still have subscribers only, chat? I think he does. No, he doesn't. And he has raided me in the past. So let's raid him. Let's raid his ass. Go say hi to PZA Total War for me. Or if you're not going to go, then don't go. But also, you should go. Go! Get him! Get his ass!